I am Guido Beltramini. I am the director of the Palladio Center. We are delighted to welcome here all of you for the 10th birthday of our museum. The Palladio Center has been a research institute for the first 54 years of our activity, and 10 years ago we decided to create the Palladio Museum as an interface between our research and the general public, not only with scholars and academics. For me, the best result of our project of museum is the possibility to carry out programs on education. And for this reason, we decided to celebrate our birthday with a day like this. As you know, Palladio met architecture when he was very young, at the age of 13, and for him the education in architecture was so important thanks to his mentor, Gian Giorgio Trissino. Trissino introduced Palladio to books on architecture. They visited together Rome, and Trissino invented for Palladio the classical name Palladio. Palladio was an angel in the little bit boring poem by Gian Giorgio Trissino, The Italy Friends of the Goths. And Palladio was the angel that helped the Roman generals to defeat the Goths, the barbarians. So it's an idea of an angel with the new architecture against the Gothic architecture. So Trissino was a key figure in Palladio life and personality. So allow me to give the floor to our contemporary, Gian Giorgio Trissino, Ilaria Bondandola. Please.
Thank you for this introduction, Guido. It was a surprise for me to be compared to Trissino. On November 30th, 2018, I was in Reggio Emilia to attend a major conference on museum education. The head of school programs at the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, Annemiek Spronk, opened the first session of the conference with a slide, this one, in which she showed the ingredients necessary to guarantee a high-quality education. First in the list was the director's belief that education is a top priority of the museum. For over 20 years now, Italy has recognized that education plays an essential role in the museum's relation with its audiences, but experience shows that the educational standards are not yet uniform in the different Italian regions and from one museum to the other. For this reason, I consider it a privilege that the chairman of our study center and museum, Lino Dainese, in office since 2014, and our director, Guido Beltramini, consider the participation of children, young people, and families in educational and recreational activities as a priority of the Palladio Museum. This conference itself is a proof of their belief. As Guido said, it is the second of a series of events with which we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of our museum, and above all, I think, laying the foundations for our next 10 years. The museum was first opened on October 4th, 2012, with a very clear concept, that of being the museum of a research institute wishing to speak both to specialists and non-specialists. During the design process of the museum, great attention was given to the layout and exhibition devices, while we did not specifically establish its future programs. Nevertheless, it became immediately clear to me that the Palladio Museum was the perfect environment, the perfect space and tool to start a learning program for children on architecture. It took me exactly 2 years to build confidence and have enough know-how to develop our first children's workshops. And since the very first one, on October 12, 2014, I have never stopped questioning about this field of my work until today's conference. Probably you are aware that the beautiful title of this conference is not original, as we borrowed it from a book published in 2020 by a multi-branch organization named the School of Life. This book starts from the very simple assumption that children are rarely taught much about architecture, but there are in fact few subjects more important, because the quality of the architecture around us has such an impact on our mood and well-being. There are endless ways of picturing this simple yet not obvious postulate, both negative and positive. And well-being deriving from our summer camps, as you saw, are the result of the creativity and hard work of Silvia Fogato, together with our tireless and generous university interns. And in addition to the kids' cheerfulness that you saw in the video, the short video shows some of the things that we like to do with children aged 5 to 11. During their leisure time. That is, experience the built environment, experience open space, and what I love best, experience the human relationships that these environments and spaces activate. If you look at the drawing of the walking path from home to school made by a 6-year-old child, what in technical terms we call a mental and psychogeographical map, we see a very effective record of the reality perceived by the child during his journey. Obviously, from the metric point of view, it is not reliable, but in contrast, it gives an incredible amount of information. Of all the important buildings, you can see the elevations, or rather a mnemonic and subjective interpretation of them. Along the way, you can see the pavement of the driveway of the house, which obviously reacts differently under your feet from the paved road. You can see two dark sections, an underpass and an outward covered passage. You can see a big cat, a person greeting, and also a pizzeria whose scent probably makes passers-by drool. So sight, touch, hearing, smell, and taste are all represented in this drawing. It is a multi-sensory map. This map omits many topographical elements. It isolates the route from its urban context, and it modifies the hierarchies among roads, for example, to better represent what it is really meant to communicate. It is an abstract and subjective map. But the map finally suggests relationships. It records the draftman's encounters with the cat, apparently not very sympathetic, and with the man who instead says hello. So the question is it possible to preserve in the child who will grow up as a boy or girl and then an adult is it possible to preserve the same attention, the same sensitivity towards the environment and the ability to express them in drawing that seems spontaneous at 6? Our program, Palladio Museum Kids, grew around this question and for 8 years now has been experimenting with possible ways to facilitate this process. Since then, we have established 12 guidelines for designing our workshops, but we will leave these details for a future conference. The position of the cat and the man on the map suggests the daily repetition of the encounters and the habit in the relational mode of this child. And of course, illustrators, such as Saul Steinberg, for example, depicted human relationships in urban and architectural environments in celebrated drawings. So did writers and directors. Samuel Benchetri, in his film Asphalt from 2015, sets a series of surreal encounters in a desolate building and its degraded neighborhood during their demolition. In this film, it is the quality of relationships between the characters living there, a caring Algerian mother with an American astronaut, a failed actress with a lonely teenager, a temporary disabled man with a she worker, that make the concept acceptable. In practice, this French director transferred to the big screen what the architect and urban planner Kevin Lynch began to theorize already 60 years ago, proposing the psychological perceptive method as a key to read and intervene on the city. Unlike the building that houses the bizarre characters of Asphalt, the Palladian palace that houses us is of great beauty, and especially since a large mulberry tree grows lush in its courtyard, is particularly cozy. The aim of our study center is to reconstruct the context of relations in which an architectural masterpiece was born. Relations between the client and the architect, between them and the ruling class, the economic and social fabric, the artists and workers involved in the construction site, etc. Thus demonstrating that the quality of a building or of a city sector is never the result of the work of an isolated genius, to quote Guido's words. I think that the aim of our program, Palladio Museum Kids and Teens, is to suggest tools to recognize that quality and to trigger new relationships in that same building, in that same city sector. I might add that I have a particular attraction for those who experience space in particular ways. For example, dancers who shape the space around them with their gestures and movements. It is not probably by chance that Virgilio Segni, a celebrated Italian dancer, was invited to give a master class in a school of architecture. And also blind people who perceive space with senses that we are not used to be using. Also, I think that our work consists of a continuous search for a balance between ideal and concrete, between theoretical issues and practical actions through which we can experience these abstract issues. This is probably why when I imagine a new activity to share with children or teenagers, I always have in mind an ideal child, an ideal young man or woman, such as those that you read of in beautiful novels or see in movies. And then it is always surprising how that iconic, timeless book or film character is exactly the kid that comes to the museum and is now playing with you. One of the abstract, but at the same time very handy themes that Silvia and I most like to question with children is home. And this is because of the incredibly powerful and multi-layered meanings that home has for all of us. Because when you build a house or you just live in it, you deal with personal feelings as well as construction materials, with memories and new relationships. You deal with forms and functions, with identity and poetry. A brief fragment of the recent Icelandic, very delicate film Nest speaks louder than words.
Shit, hvað er það? Tóra! Drepast hendinni. Sko það róta sig ekki hérna. Ok, strákar, gjörum þetta. Já, vel gert. Ég held ég geti lyft þessu. Einmitt. Tilbúinir? Já, tóra í það. Áfram. Við getum þetta. Já, þetta er að koma. Já, tóra. Ég er með þetta. Á, frábært.
I would like now to trace the fil rouge that brings together the 7 guest speakers of this conference and ourselves. Luca Mori teaches history of philosophy at the University of Pisa, and we will hear about his project on children's utopias that, in my view, perfectly represents that balance between theory and practice that I mentioned before, and also is a crucial life-saving medication against today's school system based on skills rather than abstract thinking. Probably Luca did not expect his work to have an impact on architecture education, but I think it really does. This leads us to ask ourselves what inspires people to learn about architecture, and where does this happen? In Italy, we have not yet posed the question of where and how children and young people taught architecture at a national level, but someone did in the German-speaking countries. So I think that it will be very useful to hear about this her complex survey from Angela Million, director of the Department of Urban and Regional Planning at the TU, Technical University in Berlin, who will appear on our screen later on. Fortunately, museums belong to Angela's list of places where children and young people have the opportunity of meeting architecture, discussing about architecture and the built environment. When we decided to start learning programs for children, I wondered if, being dedicated to the architecture of the past, we would encounter some difficulties. Not only are children unaware of history, but they do not even sense time in the way adults do. For example, they cannot relate age to chronology. On the other hand, I was aware that Palladio is not just any architect of the past, but he was a great master, and thanks to Palladianism, he influenced the urban landscape in much of the world. So I think that today his architecture offers many people a common language, not only in Vicenza, and not only in Italy, but in many different countries. Further to this point, I will be very happy to hear the results of the European project coordinated by Ainur Çifti on the impact on architectural heritage on children's cultural identity, to learn how historical cities can speak an accessible language and thus become a cultural source for children. And speaking about cultural identity, I'm also very grateful to Olimpia Niglio, professor in architectural restoration at the University of Pavia and a visiting professor at the Osei University in Tokyo, as well as many other universities in Asia and South America, who will talk about the pedagogical program Reconnecting with Your Culture, and exceptionally about its reception of the Mondia Cult Forum in Mexico City of last week. So thank you, Olimpia, for your almost live report on this. I am, of course, very curious to know if in terms of children's and youngsters' learning and in terms of building a cultural identity, there is any difference between working on historic buildings and old towns, as we mostly do, and working on contemporary architecture and new neighborhoods. And Marta Morelli, head of education at the Maxi National Museum in Rome, will give us some very valuable insights into this issue, also reminding us of our civil responsibility as public museums and specifically architecture museums. Responsibility is also a key word for Sophie Draper, learning manager at the RIBA, Royal Institute of British Architects in London, together with other words such as community engagement and sustainability. She will focus on how the RIBA programs introduce children and young people, and especially pupils in deprived areas, to architecture. And she will be referring to the current debate within the RIBA and the UK about how to support local young people to participate in apprentice programs and what universities can do to enable these young people to study architecture. Last but not least, we come full circles, going back to the importance of utopias, from Luca to Jorge, from which we started, together with Jorge Raidó. I'm sure that most of you know Jorge because of his long and successful experience as an artist and a teacher for children, and also because of his constant work in building networks by collecting and sharing video interviews with professionals in art and architectural education worldwide. Today, he will share his thoughts about utopia, nature, beauty, and poetry, and the great relevance of these, again, abstract concepts in our field. I would like to conclude by saying that I think that education is a beautiful word. We should not be confused or reduced to the idea of hierarchical one-way teaching. And the title of today's conference is meaningful in this respect. I think that all of our speakers today will clearly show that architectural education is our tool to impact on society for the very reason that architecture has a strong impact on the quality of our lives. This has to do with well-being. Architecture builds and can rebuild identities, and this has very much to do with inclusion. And last, because the more people can talk about architecture, the more it enters the public debate, which is our life-saving medicine for democracy. Because in the end, architecture is for everyone. Thank you. I will now give the floor to Luca Mori from the University of Pisa.
Inviting me here and for giving me the opportunity to tell something about children utopias. Since 2005, I have visited many schools in Italy, proposing the mental experiment of utopia. Imagining a utopia means addressing one of the most complicated thought experiments in the history of philosophy. But children and teenagers can address it in depth, and I think that their utopias can give us a mirror for reimagining our ordinary lives, and also for reimagining our priorities, both on urban planning and in architecture. This is the starting point of our philosophical pretending. Imagine you have discovered a new uninhabited island, and imagine that you and your friends have the opportunity to get there and to create a new world, to create a place in which people can live very well, ideally at the best of human possibilities. What would you do? It is a very difficult thought experiment, not only for children, but also for adults. I have proposed the thought experiment also to a group of adults and to a group of architects and urban planners in the city of Trento. It was very difficult to find agreement about what to do and what not to do, having the possibilities to create a utopia from zero. This became the starting point for the practice of an analytical combinatorial knowledge related to landscape and to its constituent elements. And this knowledge must take into account both the actual conditions and the needs that lead the human beings to live together, and the ideal conditions that should be followed in order to live a just, healthy, and happy life. So, while traveling around Italy exploring children's utopias, I posed questions like the following. What immediate needs should be taken care of upon arrival at the island? What things are we used to that would be better for us to do without in the island? How can we distribute the houses on the island? For example, would it be better to live close to each other, making a common residence area and setting a village? Or should we spread out around the island, even if it is the sense of community can be lost when everyone lives where he wants, even if it is very far from the others? And how should, for example, the ideal school be? More in general, what should be done with the landscape of the island? I wrote 2 books collecting the answers, and if you are interested, I can send to you some PDF that tell in detail what I have found. So, traveling around the children utopias, I have discovered that they can be very different from each other, and nevertheless, from the predominant children's point of view, there are some recurring principles that determine how a city or a village should be in order to be aligned with the human best and long-term needs. This is the criteria for quality in human landscape that can be derived from utopias imagined by children. Nothing too much, live a simpler life, plenty of room from green spaces, use natural construction materials, generate renewable energy, do as many things as possible so that they are reversible, prioritize bicycle networks and auto-free streets, prioritize excellent spaces for socializing and playing. Let's see in detail. Nothing too much. Following children's suggestions, one motto which should be deeply meditated in their utopias is the ancient motto, nothing too much, nothing in excess. Care must be taken not to cut too many trees, not to catch too many fish, not to generate too much waste, not to consume too much land or water, and so on. Children in general want to reduce urban physical footprint. And everything possible must be done in order to avoid air, water, soil pollution. Ideally, there should be no emission of greenhouse gases. And in order to achieve the results listed above, most children emphasize that there is the need to live a much simpler life than the current one. So they say that they would be ready to give up many polluting comforts of life, and most children think that few adults would be doing the same. Often the impression is that most children want to make as much of urban life as rural as possible. Finding a new harmony, a new balance between natural environment and the environment built by humans. For example, they dream of a place where they can use their feet and their bikes more than in the usual city. Angelica, 9 years old, says, speaking about his city, we live in the city and it is as if we were in captivity. It is beyond our nature. We should live on the island a bit like those ancients who were in harmony with their nature. We had to evolve a bit like them. In children utopias, there should be plenty of room for green spaces because green spaces would provide high quality air and make people feel better. Children reclaim courtyards and free green meadows, green spaces that help to produce connections for the people living inside the buildings. These, for example, are the structures of the villages that are built in a circular or a rectangular shape around large green lawns. There is also the sensation that green spaces can give the possibility to have more connectedness and sense of community in these places. Concerning the integration of the built environment with nature, in many children's utopias, there should be no building or road from which it is not possible to notice and perceive how the colors of nature change with the passing of seasons. This ideal, obviously, requires the widespread presence of trees, gardens, courtyards, and lawns. In children utopias, inhabitants prefer natural construction materials, such as clay, rammed earth, stone, wood. Sometimes children prefer buildings that can be easily dismantled, that allows the construction, replacement, or removal of their components and materials in different regions of Italy. In children's utopias, there is often a complete transition to renewable energy, such as solar, wind, hydroelectric, geothermal, and ocean energy. And speaking of means of transport, most children prefer bicycles and electric vehicles. They design walkable streets and human-scale neighborhoods and prioritize bicycle networks and auto-free streets. Feeling connected to others is very important in children utopias. And as they outline their utopias, children become aware that our sense of community and connectedness depends on how we shape towns and villages. From their point of view, existing cities isolate people, separate them from nature, and don't allow satisfying interactions. From their point of view, the remedy consists in increasing public spaces for socializing and natural spaces for children's play, squares, urban parks, museums, free sport facilities, and so on. In my book, Giochi Filosofici, there is a game section, Building Utopia, where children can try to imagine an utopia with a game that has two different sets of rules. There are two phases of the game. In the first phase, children can move their choices on the island only on an individual basis. Every child can do his move basing on an action card on a purely individual basis. He can, for example, add or remove pieces from the island. And so the end of the first phases of the game is the sum of individual choices. Only the sum of individual choices. In the second phase, the rule of the game changes, and the group can make moves on the island only on a collective basis. So only if one child has an idea, he can propose his idea to the others, but the move can be done only if there is the majority of a group that allow this move. And it is very interesting to notice that in the second phase, after the second phase of the game, the result of the utopia is much more satisfying for the group than the result of the first phase of the game where the moves are purely individual. The average valuation change very much between the first phase and the second phase. So we can see in more detail some aspects of architecture and not only urban planning. I think that it's useful, for example, to see here children's ideas about their ideal school. How should a school be like in order to be a place where children can learn and socialize at the best way? How should the ideal school be? Only one example, this villa school view from above. Classrooms should be large and have a very good exposure to natural light. Moreover, they should not be designed just for sitting in front of a desk. They should be designed to have plenty of space, both standing and sitting. There should be architectural solution to create intermediate environments between indoor and outdoor. The school should be a building that confuses the traditional boundaries between a built structure and its surroundings. For example, with wooden porches on the transparent roofs and so on. Elements that modulate the threshold between inside and outside. All schools should be extremely energy efficient buildings and install sources of renewable energy. And whole school should have large gardens with a variety of trees, plants, flowers, gazebos, and spaces for outdoor education. Furthermore, there should be spaces in which students can try as many sports as possible, because children should have the opportunity to discover their potential and their attitudes in as many activities as possible. For the same reason, there should be classrooms dedicated to activities such as the following: cooking lessons, carpentry workshops, spaces for learning how to repair objects, spaces in which to overcome moments of anger or sadness, for example, with soft objects to eat, with humorous books to relax, with spots to cry with a friend, and so on. There should also be spaces in which a student can develop their skills, sharing passions with classmates, from chess to gardening, from interior design to video making, from theater to dance. Many children would be happy to have different classrooms for different areas of knowledge. For example, each classroom should be designed and furnished according to its knowledge area. For example, in geography classroom, there are maps, planispheres, photos, and objects that allow students to travel with imagination. And there can also be connection with literature, mathematics, natural science, and so on. For example, literature of travel and adventure, documents on scientific travel, and so on. In the classroom where literature lessons are held, students will find books, sonnets written on the walls, images and objects relating to literary characters. So children have a need. When they imagine their utopias, they discover their need for architecture and interior design, able to invent interior and exterior spaces that support curiosity, memory, concentration, reasoning, imagination, and that give it the possibility to have satisfying interactions in a shared space of discovery. they discover their need for architectural imagination when they imagine utopia. And they discover also their need of having a big variety of examples of different houses, of different buildings around the world, because this variety can give inspiration to their imagination. In conclusion, traveling through these utopias, I noticed that starting from the age of 8, children begin to question the adults' ability to change habits and imagine valid alternative worlds. They question the ability of adults to live up to their utopias. And when thinking of utopia, one enters into a gap, into a space between what already exists and what still does not exist, but appears desirable and advantageous. And by establishing a comparison between what is there and what could be done better, one awakens from the kind of anesthesia caused by the usual actions and behaviors. Action and behaviors that are often repeated even when one realizes and openly proclaims that they should be changed. So focusing on the ideal version of something helps children to more clearly define what they feel wrong with what already exists. And for this reason, sketching utopias is a way to address current problems and try to understand how to solve them. By linking utopia with other landscape education activities, it becomes very stimulating to reimagine the ordinary landscapes of one's life with the mental experiment of utopia in mind. Here you can see some children's suggestions for improving a portion of the district called Magnete in the city of Trento North, in a residential area that is located very close to the industrial area of Trento North. The first two images are the original, and the other images are the reimagining of the original in order to do and to have a place in which it is possible to live well. So a question that is very important for children that we should think about as adults is the following. How can we integrate fragments of utopia into reality? And this is the question with which I conclude this presentation. Thank you very much.
So now we will start again with an online connection with Professor Angela Million, one of the authors, hello, of this book. Angela?
Okay, I guess it's my turn now.
Yes.
A warm welcome from very far away. Actually, I'm not in Europe right now, so I'm overseas. So I hope this connection holds well. And it's a pleasure to, first of all, also congratulate this great institution, the museum Palladio, for its anniversary. On the other hand, it's very interesting and I think forward-thinking to make the education of young people in architecture a topic in that, because it goes to the very heart of the museum itself, and also towards the heart of what I'm doing in research. And I'm going to share a presentation with you. Hold on a second. Let me see that this goes well for you. I brought some images with me from the publication that was shown. Can you see the full screen presentation now?
Yes.
Wonderful. Then it's my pleasure to talk about a research that's been on a research question that's been puzzling me, at least for the last 20 years as I'm engaged in architecture education now, that I wondered at a certain time, what do young people actually learn when they're with us in our programs? What do they take home? How do they make it relevant? So this is how we started thinking about this research project. And as we finally found a foundation who was able to and willing to finance it, it also became clear that learning about architecture is happening in many places, in many spaces, even outside, of course, outside of our programs, the programs we are offering on architecture education. So the research projects span a lot farther than that. And my presentation today will look at exploring, first of all, how this learning in architecture happened. And I will tell you a little bit about how we did it. And then I shared some insights on what we found out looking at programs in architecture education. And then in the third part, I will talk about these other places and times when young people learn about architecture, the very individual moments of architecture education, how I called it, and last but not least, we'll draw upon some conclusion for practice and policy. And as I started, and I basically, this is also the starting point of a research we did together with people from educational science, is taking account of the fact that learning is happening, like I said, in many places, in many spaces and times. And if we sort these times and places and also forms of learning out, then we have on the one side very formal settings. So that would be a school where we have a curriculum, where we have a very directed setting of how to learn, let's put it this way. And on the other end of the spectrum would be rather informal settings that could be everything from a youth center, which would be maybe rather to the center, towards simply being at home or hanging around with friends in a park. This already brings me to the fact that we distinguish also, when you look into educational processes, very formal processes of education. So they are very much directed by instructors, for example, like teachers. They're instructed also time-wise. There is a certain time this education happens. And on the other spectrum, on the other end, and so I'm looking down, is the informal educational processes where these can be anytime, they can be very on the go, they're not as they're not formalized at all. If you then think of this matrix, is that this also shows that informal learning can also happen in school during school break, for example, so at a formal setting, but also, of course, if you look at the other spectrum, it can be very informal with friends and so on. So basically, all educational times and places and forms can be put in this matrix. And this was our starting point. Another starting point was that we looked at the different rather settings and institutions in architecture education. We did this together also with a lot of people that are engaged in architecture education. We brought them together in a German-speaking workshop, and we discussed all different places, especially where right now architecture education happens. And you see museums is on the list, but you also see a lot of other institutions. And if I see your programs, you also have people that somehow also present these institutional settings and places of architecture education. And the starting point of our research was to pick out of these institutional settings programs that are happening, workshops that are happening. And the aim was to then talk to young people that have been, so we talked to them right after these, they have been participating in these programs, and ask them, so what did you learn? What did you take home? What do you remember about this program you attended? We talked 2 times, shortly after they attended the program, and then some months later, to also see in the long run, ask them, so how did it matter, the knowledge? And last but not least, starting from that, we also asked them, where in your biographical, in your life before, did you get in touch with architecture? We usually did not say architecture, we said building, design, and construction, because architecture is at times also abstract to young people. They may resemble it only to buildings, but we know architecture is so much more. It's the spaces, also the public spaces. It's a lot more. So, and this all is in the book. We talked in a total to about 100 kids. We looked at 6 programs. And it gives you detailed information also about the institutions where young people did these programs. And some were very unique, but it can be also a school, but can be also a neighborhood where the workshop happened. And what is also important is that we talked to the people that did these, the educators themselves, to really understand what's been happening in their programs, and bringing all this knowledge together gave us information to what is actually being learned. And there is, and good news, there are multitudes of things that kids take away that can be very different. But what we can say that, and these are maybe findings that go a little bit across of all 6 cases we looked at, is that we can see that they take away knowledge about, often knowledge about material and handling different tools. That can be real machinery, but it can be also just simply material they use for model making. Yes, they do take away to theoretical knowledge, so knowledge about architecture styles and about construction styles, for example. We do indeed see that it changes the perception of the environment and the ability to judge what they were seeing, and I will come back to that in a second. They talk a lot about the experience of learning as a participating experience, meaning it was something that they are aware that they're helping to shape something in their own environment. And especially this happens in programs where they are outside in space, are building something or are working on something that actually is staying put there and is seeing as a visible result to be used by them or by other people in space. So when this happens, or when this is the aim of architecture program, then this is very much seen as a very participating experience. They talk a lot about that they are designing and building themselves. And in education, this is a very important moment, because here they experience self-efficacy. And people from educational science always stress that if self-efficacy happens, then the learning is very strong. So the building, designing yourself, having a say in it, in this whole learning process, is a strong learning moment. And here I come back to the quote that I mentioned that very much shows that, yes, when they come out of some of our programs, it does change the perceptions. And it says, I think this was a high school student of about 14 years old. And he said, well, I noticed that whenever I walk by unusual houses now, that whenever I see a normal house even, I try to somehow understand it a little bit. What period does it belong to, for example? What is it built? What period it may imitate, perhaps? And somehow you look a little bit closer to the houses. And I also consider what the architect may have been thinking when he built it. I also have to stress that these are very individual perceptions, but it sees what learning outcomes of our programs can be. And another point I want to stress that we found out about what is being learned is the do-it-yourself and design-it-yourself point that I highlighted already before. That children's in our programs, in architecture programs, at least the 6 we looked at, they see themselves in a very activating role. They experience self-activity and creative processes, and they in these design processes themselves. So if they are able in workshops to really come up with designs themselves, with art pieces themselves, architecture is also art, they perceive this as a self-designing, co-designing and co-forming process, where they are designing themselves, but also in the exchange with others, as they've been talking with us educators, but also talking with other kids. They see this as a co-designing and co-forming processes. And here the quote right next to it comes into play again, of a young person between 9 and 13 years old that said, you can think about the things yourself and build some things yourself. And sometimes you always wanted to build them. And actually, I like the thinking almost the most, and what type of houses I want to make, and then putting it together in a model. So this shows also the very much process of designing, the thinking, and then it comes through your hands into a model or drawing, that this process is seen and is very much valued by young people. And last but not least, we also want to stress that looking at these different programs, we see that they have different talents and offers as they are set up, but also as in the places themselves. And when I say looking at these different programs, we looked at projects that were situated in a school, for example, but there we had another project that was situated in a neighborhood in a very much walk-in situation. So it was run there more than 4 years, and the kids could come in and be part of it. On the other hand, we looked at a holiday workshop or vacation workshop, fall vacation workshop in the museum. And we also looked at a design competition by an architecture chamber. And we have to say that, of course, they all dealt with architecture education, but the setup was very different. And we could see that the setups have pros, but also have cons. Let's say they have, they're very unique, as they are, for example, a setup we looked at is an architecture school that has a very unique architecture to it. And of course, learning there is different than being in school, and architecture education is incorporated there in school classes. Or the walk-in very self-decision making if you actually be part of that workshop in the neighborhood. But we can see that across the very different settings, the practice of it, like the model building, drawing, the focus on spatial perception, on participatory approaches and self-confidence that comes with it, shifts. The priority done are sometimes different. But we see commonalities there, of course, but different emphasis by the educators themselves. And we can see that it is good that these emphases are taken, because kids do take out of these very, very different activities also different practices and different knowledge. And there are challenges in the settings themselves. I mentioned them, like you have a formal setting in school. Often when we ask the kids, for example, about what did you experience in the museum, they would always compare to school. Or when we ask them about the workshop in the neighborhood, they would always compare to school, to normal school teaching. And they would push some aspects they like better about the school teaching. But even in school themselves, the kids would reflect what their experience and how they, for example, in an architecture semester in school class, they value architects coming in, teaching them. And this would make a normal school class already different from what they normally experience. They also would be critical, like saying that the grading in school, they're somehow hesitating with, because teachers don't make transparent how they actually grade their architectural pieces or their work on architecture they're doing. So these are some challenges we also could see. But what we can see, and I want to stress that as a final point of that section, is that overall, these very different settings with their different talents, I always call them, where architecture programs happen, that the kids set themselves usually architecture education programs when they experience, and they're relaxed, they're easygoing, they're more cheerful. Again, often compared to normal school classes, they are less classical and standardized in procedures. So to them, it's usually something new that happens there, and also new how the people, the architecture educators teaching it, the architecture educators themselves, the instructors, are very much seen as being very supportive and authentic as experts, and they're flexible when it comes to group and individual work, and kids really value this, but they also say it's challenging at times working in groups together on ideas, but this is the process of co-designing and co-directing the kids were already pointing out. Last but not least, the big question, did it matter what you learned in architecture? Does it matter? Could you use it in your everyday life? And here we got some very contradictory answers. I would say the range is between not relevant at all, I don't see how I can use this in my everyday life, to it's not relevant right now, but I could see that it could be relevant in the future when I'm grown up. And this already leads to the last type of seeing, that they say, yes, I see that it's relevant, but actually I cannot use it because nobody asks me about my opinion in architecture. So I can see that it's relevant in the future when I am an adult. So these are the answers we got. Keep that in mind when I talk about the conclusion in a bit. This brings me to the second point. We asked the kids, so how is it relevant in your normal life? And we talked with them a lot about, so where outside of these architecture programs you just attended, did you learn about architecture, about, again, we rather would say planning, design, and construction of the environment, of the built environment. And we talked very long with them. We did interviews, and you had to imagine we sit on a table with them, and then we would draw a line, and along this line, short line or long line of these young people's life. And we talked with kids between 6 and 18 years old. So you can imagine the interviews were very different. And here you see notes from an interview done with a 9th grader. So that would be in Germany, somebody that is maybe 13 years old, 12 to 13 years old. And you see very different things. You maybe catch Onkel, which means uncle. You see SimCity, Counter-Strikes and computer games. You see, ich will Architekt werden in 1st grade. I want to be architect in the 1st grade as something, but very individual talks. To sum these up, we could distinguish 5 different fields where learning in architecture happens outside of our program. In the family is one field, and it's big here on my slide because it's the biggest field where architecture education happens. So basically I have to say, not architecture education, I have to say where learning about architecture happens. Then we have school and daycare, where they have a lot of activities they relate to planning, design, and construction. Then being with friends, constructing something, a shed with friends, for example. But also a social space, learning in the world, being outside, traveling, for example. They would talk a lot about what they would see, how they would experience architecture very differently when they are in the world. Some of them have traveled very far. We also could see differences in class here. So we could see that, of course, kids in better off families that do a lot of traveling have a lot more experiences of very far away architecture in the Arabic world, for example, or even in Asian world. And last but not least, digital learning, that we did see that kids learn a lot about architecture or building design and construction online. And I picked only 2 out of them to give you a little bit more information on that, given the time of the speech. I really want to highlight that a lot of kids would say that they would do a lot of design activities they relate to the planning, design, and construction with the family. It's building something, renovating a house, or their own rooms. Or they go on vacation to their uncle's family, where they also are renovating something like or building an old shed. They also talked about how they perceive and observe building and design activities, planning activities in their house, in their homes. So how families are getting ready to buy an apartment and how they look at different apartments and judge the floor plans. And they would be part of that discussions. But also, again, if they rehab a house, their own house, or build a house in the family, they're part of the co-determination and co-design processes often. So they are being on the table discussing with parents on certain things, even at very young age, how they like their rooms to be decorated and stuff. They develop very much confidence and entrustment, or they can experience, let's put it this way, very much confidence and entrustment is in this program. No, in this, it's not a program what families do, but in this processes of being in a family and discussing with the family and building in the family. But we also find a giant gender bias there. When they talk about these experiences, they often have it with male members of the family. So especially when it comes to construction and renovating of architecture, of buildings. And here is a very unique quote of a girl highlighting the expertise of her mom, who is not a studied architecture, but was very much involved in the creation of the new apartment. She also was part of that. She exchanged with her mom about that. But she got a totally different of her mother as an expert in architecture, or an expert in doing this and not being in architecture. And I thought it was important to see something like that. So again, this is just one example where a female family member was highlighted. Last but not least, I picked out the learning about digital media because it surprised me the most. I was not aware that kids would relate a lot of the activities, and especially gaming activities they do online, to architecture education. You saw the games in this one chart that the boy said, SimCity, Counter-Strike, Anno, this is a medieval city game. But of course also Minecraft was very much highlighted. And these activities are not activities where kids often are only playing by themselves. They are also very much social activities. They would engage with family members in playing in some of these games. They would even take ordinary day tasks into these games. So we had kids saying, you know, my grandma wanted to buy a new sofa and didn't know if it fits in her apartment. And I would just build it in Minecraft and check the dimensions. And here also, an interviewee said we wanted to redo our gardens and do a new terrace, and to develop our ideas we would sit together and just replicate it in Minecraft and see where it leads us to have a better idea what we want before we start constructing. What they do like about doing all these activities of model making and drawing online is the unlimited possibilities they have there when it comes to materials, when it comes to expressioning themselves available. So they like that very much. Last but not least, we really have to say that it's very much related to a gaming experience that is in a fairground, but we really have to say that architecture education is happening as a byproduct. And what is maybe also, and then this leads me to my conclusion, is what we see the dominance of commercial providers here. We don't see any public or even public institutions like museums, or we also have private museums, but more educational institutions going into development of these games. We did not find any mentioning of any of these other, if they exist, of these offerings. It's very much commercialized right now. Coming to the conclusion, and I already highlighted the moments young people are experimenting in their daily life. So I think it's important to keep that in mind, to take family learning into account, to opening up to digital learning about architecture, to see how we can use it very productive in our architecture programs. We see that the different programs that are out there at very different places and settings, school, NGOs, museums, they're very valuable. It's good that we have these different settings because kids do learn very differently there. There are some commonalities, but we can see that the learning experiences and outcomes do differ between them. For example, in school, a lot more technical knowledge, a lot more hands-on knowledge is happening also on participatory processes and happening, for example, in NGO projects. Museums are very good in bringing together exhibitioning settings with sometimes with study trips, sometimes with experts visits. So the museum we looked at was very also going out of the museum, combining it very good with what's been shown in the museum, and the kids valued that very much. So the learning experiences are very different across these different settings. And so I believe we really need to look at these architecture and also foster in our policies I would say, architecture learning landscape of architecture. So not only, it's not a solution to only put it in school. It's a very important aim, and I put it here on the list, to have architecture education as part of the curriculum, but it will not alone do its best. We all know that school learning is a very contested space, also schools themselves, and a lot of kids are not very happy learning in school, and this of course influences their learning outcomes. And this is another reason why I believe we need these different settings. But in the end, we also have to be aware of the gaps and who we are not reaching. And here, of course, school is also very important as a setting. And I want to stress that in the end. Last but not least, it's important to further qualify educators themselves, to bring the knowledge to them that's out there already on methods, on teaching methods, on outcomes like the studies. And we're very happy right now that we're working on a MOOC, on an architecture MOOC. MOOC is a massive open online course. You can enter worldwide for free and do a certificate, and it's targeted to university education, but it's also open to practitioners to be part of such a MOOC. It will be finished by the end of the year, and I also want to contribute here the names of my two colleagues, of Heba El Safit and Marta Prekovic. Both are university professors, and together with colleagues from practice, we're putting together this MOOC. And I see some people also in the room who have been part of that, and thank you for you already for doing this. And this is all. Thank you.
I think that it is easier for obvious reasons if you have any questions to make them now instead of waiting for the end of our morning session. I have already some questions. First, it's curiosity. I would like to know the exact meaning of the word Baukultur, because it seems to me that it has a wider meaning than architecture. Then I would like to know, view the incredible effort of this very large survey, if it was the government who funded this survey, this national, and also I think it was in Germany and Austria, so two governments that agreed to fund this great research. And maybe this is not a question, that just thinking out loud, in reference to the great importance of the families in architecture education. Something that we discuss very often with Sylvia and our small team here is that, yes, they get to know architecture through their families, so it is also a limitation, because our kids from families here are maybe sons and daughters of architects or upper class children whose families are able to discuss about architecture and the city and the environment. And this is, from one side is good, and from the other it's difficult. I don't know if Maxi has the same problem, to reach an audience that is not already in the architecture field.
Mm-hmm. To come to the first question, Baukultur, it is indeed very hard to translate. I think, as you notice in the book, we don't use the word architecture education. We say built environment education. It's somehow giving tribute to that term Baukultur, because Baukultur is more than just architecture, in a sense of that it talks about the whole process of designing, planning, constructing in a qualitative way also. I think the discussions we see on also in Europe is that at a certain point they took the German term because they thought it's so holistic in the thinking. If we talk about our environment and how it is designed and how it has its quality, its heritage, but also its future. And if we talk about these different actors who are part of creating architecture and creating the built environment, and then talk about these processes of negotiation of design and of aesthetics in space, and of then building it to have a building quality to it. The terminology of Baukultur somehow incorporates that, and this is why at least at European level and in the policy papers they are starting to just use the German term for its holistic approach. Maybe you have an Italian term that fits very well to that too, then bring it forward. But this is why Baukultur as a term is used. And I'm also in favor of not talking about Architekturvermittlung, architecture education in German context. I rather always talk about Baukulturvermittlung, because it is this whole spectrum we targeting here. And often, at least in the German or the German-speaking context, if you just say architecture education, it's very much focused on the practice of architects and stakeholders here, and the building scale. This also maybe contributes to the fact that the design education in Germany is very differentiated. So we have the urban planners, the urban designers, we have the architects, we have the landscape architects, the landscape planners, environmental planners, and so on. So it's very traffic planners. So to get them all under one umbrella, you also need a terminology that somehow fits them. And here Baukultur is a terminology that works well. But I also have to say the limits of that term, of this term Baukultur, is towards the public. It's to me, a journalist said, sorry to say, but Baukultur is something that's very hard for me to transport. And here, because it is so broad and holistic in its understanding, it usually needs certain, like 1 or 2 sentences to explain it. And when it comes to the study, to your second question, it's actually, it was hard to get financed, even in terms of normal scientific research, because it is interdisciplinary. So we always aim to have, when we do this as architects and planners, we need people from educational science. Our financing structures are not fit for such interdisciplinarity. So it took us very long to find a non-profit organization. So it's not government money. It's a non-profit organization financed by a public bank, the Wüstenrot Stiftung. It's an association that is in the southern part of Germany that was very easy, 2-pager. They liked the ideas. They said, we want to be part of this, do it. So after 10 years writing proposals, I've simply found an institution who was willing to finance researchers, enough researchers to do this. And we stick to the German context, just to also explain that, simply because we always wanted to talk to the kids and to the young people, get their voices. It's in the book. We have a lot of quotes from them. And I think it's very authentic here in representing their voices. And we said, well, German is our mother tongue. So that's why we stick with the German context. And that's why we did Austria and Germany, and we put in Austria, one program from Austria, because we simply don't have a very well-running architecture school, arts and architecture school out of school institution in Germany. And building is a very known one in Austria, the only one we found. And also we were depending on people letting us in and letting us talk. This is another thing, that it's often in our programs, what we do, we don't let researchers in to look at our work because we're maybe not happy what we hear. But they were very happy to let us in to talk to their students. They were very interested in the outcomes, to also, based on that outcome, reshape their programs. Last but not least, the role of museums and the challenges. We can confirm this, what you said, that museums, when it especially comes to these programs like the vacation program we looked at, the fall vacation, school vacation program we looked at that happened in the museum, all kids there were middle class, upper class kids that were attending the program. And you could also see in the language they're using, they're very much more sophisticated in it. I think what comes into play is, I think, of course, as a museum, you have to reach out and try to diversify the kids you're reaching and the families you're reaching, but you only can do so much. And I think what is important is to partner up. For example, as an NGO, I work a lot in an NGO, we're more in the neighborhoods. So what we always try is to somehow combine. So when the topic is right, yes, we take our kids to the museum. And we work rather in neighborhoods that are not so well off. And here I think is the partnering up with schools is the key to diversify directions. And when it comes to the families as a learning place, I really have to stress, I'm not saying that they are the best place to be learning about architecture. I think they are a place where kids learn a lot about architecture, a lot about planning, design, and construction. They learn a lot more there than I expected. And I think reading the book, you will see it's tremendous what some of these kids experience in their families. And I think it's the knowledge that we have to somehow get into our programs. So instead of us shedding, like giving away our knowledge, we can also work a lot more with the knowledge they bring. And it also helps them to relate what they're learning with us to what they are doing or what they're learning about architecture in their everyday life. So at least when the conclusion I draw about this family learning aspects out of the study was twofold for me as an educator. I try now a lot more to find out what my kids already know and how I can work with it and work with the experience and the knowledge they have in the workshops I'm doing. And secondly, I really think we have to talk a lot more about adult education in architecture. I mean, I'm so into children's and young people educating about architecture. I'm not meeting many people who are doing adult education, except for the home improvement markets who offer programs now to learn things. But I think this is something, a future field that needs to be explored a lot more. And I know people are out there already doing architecture education for adults, but it would be worthwhile to get them into exchange and to see how we can expand that.
Thank you. Questions? Just have a last remark. As the mother of a Minecraft addicted teenager, I completely agree that the potential of this video game is the incredible creativity, list of materials, etc. But again, you know that I love the relational aspect of architecture. And I think that one thing that Minecraft does is also allow these kids to play together. It's very often, especially when they grow up, is a way of exchanging and playing together, you know, with headphones, microphones, etc. They're never alone. And so maybe there's something good in this.
it's at least something to have an eye on, I think. I think to me also it was, I sometimes I cannot share the how you say that, how happy they are, like when they are playing these games. It's kind of like, to me, not growing up like that. I think to us as adults, it is very hard to grasp what they're actually experiencing in these virtual worlds, and how real it is to them. And I have a current study ongoing right now to kind of like really understand what spatial experiences are they making there. They're making some kind of spatial experiences that are very hard to grasp, and the connectedness. But of course, I totally agree with you. I'm also always a little bit wondering, hesitating, and thinking, well, this is all not real. How can it be? It's just a substitute or something. But it is a spatial experiences to be working with and to keep an eye on how it relates to physical space and so on. And I think this is maybe also something, I know a lot of museums are kind of like also wonder how they combining these different ways and medias in their exhibitions. But what I learned so far is the distinctions we adults make between online, offline, the virtual and the physical worlds are a lot more fluid in the perceptions of young people that are growing up with these medias. So something to have at least an eye on as educators. This is how I look right now at it.
So thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you
for
too.
This connection from the United States. And so now we give the floor to our last speaker of this morning, Aynur Çifti from Istanbul.
Welcome to all. I'm a conservation architect. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to be here. I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to this study day to share our experience and listen to the other ones. Grazie mille per questa opportunità. Before starting, I would like to mention my motivation for this domain. I first had an idea on the potential of children for preserving the architectural heritage during a cultural trip to east part of Turkey. These boys, on the left, were educated through a joint project of the Security Department and the District Governorate as cultural ambassadors of their city. Then I went to this congress where I had the chance to meet a Turkish academician, pedagogue from Ankara University, Dr. Dilek, who worked with Ann Taylor. Ann Taylor is a person who gives education for children and architecture for nearly 30 years at USA. And Pihla Meskanen, one of the founders of the Arki School of Architecture for Children and Youth at Helsinki. 2 years later, we visited this school with Dr. Dilek, and I focused more on this subject. As a brief introduction, I would like to refer to this convention because the best interests of the child are important whatever you organize for children. When we come to the architectural heritage, we can say that it's an element for forming cultural identity from school age. The charters, guidelines, and principles cited here contain articles on the importance of the education of children, their effective and possible participation, and their role in the preservation of cultural built heritage with its tangible and intangible aspects. These short notes with references in my article that I published 2 years ago tell us the importance of places on cultural identities of persons. Architecture and design became an attractive and proven tool for children's education since the 1980s. Organizations such as UNESCO and ICOM are working to develop awareness of cultural heritage. The theme of children and architecture was first studied in Turkey through a project of the Union of Chambers of Turkish Engineers and Architects in Ankara in 2002. Since 2012, for the 4th and 5th grades, information on culture and heritage and global connections are given in Turkish primary school curricula under the social science course. And there are some NGOs children projects since the early 2000s on the values and importance of cultural natural heritage. When we look at the recent studies, we see that there are some workshops, project or education programs about the values of the historical environments, but archaeological site examples as heritage are more. For example, in Ankara, we had a recent one on cultural heritage studies for children. The proceeding and the abstract are published. The example from Turkey, Greece, Germany, or Syria, they focus a little bit on architecture heritage matters. Now I would like to cite some studies and projects as to show that we had similar and common objectives concerning our CATCH project. The Persepolis case shows that the educational process is an opportunity and it is possible to motivate children for the preservation of cultural heritage. The single heritage example study from Russia tells us that positive emotions were raised by architecture and we can create a positive cultural identity at regional and general cultural level. Culture Ants project, awarded in 2009 by Europa Nostra, is an original education model developed with the aim of raising children's awareness and sensibility to cultural heritage of Istanbul. Montada project was based on the valorization of the traditional architecture. Children, but also their parents, became aware of the need to preserve the local heritage and work to promote it in Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia. The UNESCO Kit was developed for secondary school teachers to raise awareness of young people for the importance of preserving their local, national, and world heritage. And you can have this kit in 40 national language versions. Now I will cite 3 different projects from UK. And through this project, you can explore the medieval buildings by online magazine, videos, activities, and games. This is English Heritage Project. And the Little Architect is designed with the aim of preparing children to play an active role as citizens for a sustainable future. And Heritage School Program, awarded in 2016 by Europa Nostra, encouraged children and their parents to understand their local heritage. And of course, I heard about Professor Olympia project, but she's here to present us. That's why I'm not citing. Now I would like to present our project. I have to note that the Turkish School Project Coordinator, teacher Ms. Kerime Yılmaz, called us after reading our article about a workshop that we organized for children. I was one of the 3 advisors of this project with my colleagues, architect Dr. Tolga and Dr. Dilek. I prepared 6 activities based on architectural heritage. You see the participant schools here. And we have a website that it was moved to the blog. You can reach more information there, and you can reach more information about results of the project from my article too. Here we see brief methodology information about the activities. All of the project activities were based on the approach of having fun while learning. Because play is the most important activity for children, as you know, and the outdoors offers a wonderful environment for imaginative and creative play. So I preferred historical cities and environment. And we realized these activities with the school teachers, but I also proposed to work with volunteer architects or architecture students. We tried to combine different approaches. For example, body language, listening, writing, looking, drawing, touching, model making, researching, and presentation. And I preferred a little bit to insist on some concepts with the repetitions for the effective results. And the teacher used the children's knowledge on mathematics, science, history, art, and languages. For each activity, I prepared 2 PowerPoint presentations, one for children, the other one for the teachers. And I tried to give detailed information about the concept, methods, materials. We try to give some homeworks for children. We advise some supplementary materials. We had contacts during the international meeting, or we had an email from the teachers. And sometimes the teacher advised some alternative methods and materials. All the activities were performed during the semester period. And we had feedback from the teacher's evaluation report at the end of each activity. We had their thoughts during international meeting, and we had online inquiry. For the part of my activities, I prefer to move from general concept of architectural heritage into the details, step by step, with repetitions and correlations. For the first activity, I try to give the idea of heritage. What is cultural and natural asset, what is UNESCO World Heritage List, and what is the role of UNESCO in heritage preservation. And I advised especially the monumental or iconic historic buildings from different periods as to demonstrate their importance in forming national and universal cultural identity. And we try to set up new relations with their existing surroundings. Here we see some numeric information on grade, ages, number of students and teachers, types of building and architectural details selected for activities. I tried to prepare the activities and oriented their teachers to choose the local architectural heritage assets or elements. We can say that Turkish school preferred to do these activities with the number of 308 children. The other one was quite different than our case. And the activities learning outcomes focus on the potential of the historic cities and the values of the historic buildings. My aim was to impact positively their cultural identity by referring to their heritage and also to remind them the world heritage that we must preserve. On the left, you see the main aim of the activities. And when we come to the activities, you see here the first activity is products. Where are those buildings activity? It's a digital map, memory or playing cards from different school examples. So this activity consists of 3 parts: presentation of general information on the history of their city, and 2 games using the city map and memory cards. I tried to give a general. I tried to generate the awareness of children, especially in older cities, that there are many different historical buildings built in different periods with different functions. So this activity helped the children to understand the city from a wider perspective. The teachers told us that they gained much knowledge and awareness on cultural heritage and the multi-layered character of their cities, and especially UNESCO World Heritage sites. For example, we had some thought from the children. One said, I had the chance of getting acquainted with Portuguese monuments and monuments from other countries. I had the chance of getting to know their culture. The other one, we should study the architectural heritage because when people know it, when passing by a monument, although it may be in a bad shape, people look at it with respect. The second one is my historical buildings. So you see on the left that Italian school had a chance to work on the historic fountain, and you see the other products of the other schools. This activity was based on 4 parts: reading chapters from a selected book, information about the selected building type, research on the selected building, and making a model of that building. And also children were also asked to identify architectural elements such as arch, vault, dome, and column by using their body. My observations are all groups drew and painted buildings to understand their architecture features in detail. And for example, the drawings of the Polish group were also subject of national competitions. The teachers told us that children gained awareness of different building types and their architecture features. And they learned the relations between spaces and their functions, the structural elements, and they improved their motor skills. Have you recognized this building products? This is a puzzle game, as you see here. And there's a drama part also. All groups selected the exterior facades of their important historic buildings to be featured on the puzzles. Except Belgian group, they preferred the interior images of their selected modern architecture masterpiece. For example, instead of photographs, the Portuguese group used children's original drawings, and they had the chance to work with the yoga teacher for the drama part. And Italian child said something very interesting for me. I didn't know we could express buildings with our bodies. When I walk through the streets, I will think all the time, how can I express this with my body? One of the lovely ones, if I were an ornament, my inspiration came from my course that I prepared for our vocational school, the mold and cast technique that conservators use generally in conservation domain. So you see that Italian group had the chance again to work on historic building. And the teachers proposed us another material than I advised, because I advised silicone for molding, but they used aluminum sheets. It was interesting and easy. And there was a estampage part. The Belgian group had the chance to work at symmetry, because at symmetries you have some ornaments at the base of the stones. And you see the products of the silicone moldings and gypsum casts on the right. So the observations, working on historic buildings with professional materials such as silicone is not easy because of permissions and the location of the ornaments. Therefore, partner countries adapted the activity materials and methods to their architectural heritage. And during the last meeting in Greece, the art teachers noted that it was one of the more exciting and interesting one. And the Greek group gave the plaster cast column to the advisor and to the other school coordinators as a gift. And it was observed that children learned how to look in detail at the historic buildings and how to document a part of them. Another creative and interesting activity was blooming buildings. I was also inspired again from my course, and I thought to the potential of the participant countries' local heritage, because as you know, in Belgium you have Art Nouveau style buildings, in Portugal you have the tiles on the exterior facade, also in the interiors, and in Turkey we have a very old tradition of making tiles. But for example, Greece school had an idea to work with tessera, mosaic panels. So it was interesting, and they had good results again. And the Turkish group and the Belgian group had the chance to make their tiles fired. So they had a little bit professional touch also on their tiles. As I said, it was first the copying patterns and then painting these ornaments. And the materials, method, and ornamental concept were easily adapted again. The Blooming Buildings activity taught children that traditional artworks may differ between cultures, exhibit similarities or cultural influences, and they learned that artworks can be adapted by engagement with new concepts in many different ways. As I said, it was one of the most enjoyable and creative one. And children wish to keep their own tiles as a souvenir, the teachers told us. And I advised also to the coordinators to use these tiles. And the Belgian group decided to use these tiles on one of the new walls of their school extensions. And this is the last one to summarize the others activities. It's a poster activity about the historic character of their cities. They searched some visual and then they made posters. And they had a chance to reflect their opinion freely during this process of making posters. Compared to the other activities, it was easy in terms of technique and materials. And all groups prepared their posters by using images of historic and modern iconic buildings of their cities with the collage technique. And they wrote some catchy slogans and lines of poetry. They drew characteristic features of their cities, and they placed, as you see here, Erasmus Plus project logo or Patrimonio logo, which belongs to the UNESCO Heritage project, KIT project. The collage technique gave children a chance to make new creative composition of their city, to think about other possibilities, to express their feelings by writing, and to build a bridge with other cultures also. The school coordinators organized visits, especially to the historical places. During our meetings, we had 6 meetings in every school, city, village, with the participation of teachers, coordinators, and small group of students who stayed as guests with children and their families. I could only participate to Italy and Greece meeting. On the left side, you see that we had a workshop at ICOM Museum. We had a workshop. They organized, the Italian coordinator and school staff organized a workshop at St. Pierre Square and a workshop at Pantheon with the small model of the big and characteristic dome. And we had another workshop at Epidaurus Theater in Greece. They did another workshop by using their bodies there, Parthenon. We visited Corinth Canal. And during opening and closure days of the project, we had some ceremony cakes with project logos. And every partner school has organized an exhibition with the products of the activities during our meetings and at the end of the year. As you see, these are the fire tiles of Turkish group with Ottoman patterns. So these are classical ones, but the Belgium tiles were a little bit new and creative ones. So they preferred to use Art Nouveau tiles. They were inspired, but the children created the new ones. You see the frieze or column cast, gypsum cast. And you see on the right the first year activity based on architectural concept also. And the project was very fruitful in terms of production. We had a book, I have it with me. We had a website, we had a 6A magazine, a Facebook page, a glossary of architectural terms, a logo and a poster, short videos and interviews. We had online inquiry, and we had Erasmus Plus corners at schools. So these are the results of the online inquiry here. And due to the high number of participants, it was limited to 120 children as per teacher's request. And when we come to the project results, you can have more detail in the article. But if I resume the most important ones, I can say that through our project, at least 555 children gained knowledge of the historic environment and architecture heritage in an engaging and effective way. They responded to new experiences with enthusiasm and curiosity and were positively affected by them. And they had an awareness of other cultures. They had a creative and innovative approach to life. They had new friends from other countries, and they improved their English skills also. And they said that the information and skills will be useful for them. And the teachers have integrated the project to the other courses. For example, the Italian and Polish groups integrated them to geography, history, language, mathematics, and computer. The Italian group extended some of them to kindergarten and lower secondary school classes. And as I said, the Polish group participated to the national competition. And they were inspired for other projects also. For example, the Italian group had a project on the value of a church. And the Greek group spent more time on historical environments. And the results of our project showed that the national educational programs must contain compulsory courses on cultural architecture heritage and must include on-site visits to form children's cultural identity. And I have some notes for effective results concerning the activities. For example, for pre-preparation, a good choice of theme, target group, aim, scope, and method is important. Writing detailed instructions for teachers especially is important. Determining the number of students, teachers, and assistants. Getting support from experts such as students of architecture or architect. The duration of the activity is important to the attention level of the students. To have a suitable place to put an attractive activity name. And during activities, to inform students about the concept all the time is important. You must be a little bit flexible also. You have to document each step. And after activities, giving the activity products as memories can be effective. You can organize exhibition. We need storing places for the products. And we can use these products for other artistic purposes. And after each activity, we need feedback. And we need to share our results like we do here. And maybe to create new tools to measure the impact in long term can be important because we don't have any tool in Turkey. But Belgian group said they can follow their students for 10 years after their primary school process. And I have some notes for conclusion. All experiences realize that historic environments help shape a child's identity and may help form attachments to place. And through an education including cultural heritage matters, children can appreciate their culture and their country's history. And it's important for children's well-being to feel that their cultural heritage is appreciated and accepted by others. And they can have an international understanding and respect, and then maybe they can preserve better the world's culture and natural heritage because it needed to be accepted by every level of the society. And international multicultural projects like CATCH and national education programs, including architectural heritage concept, is as closely related to the healthy development of children as to the culture and economic policies of the country. And if I have a chance in the future for other projects, I see some potential on visual art and historic building facades. For example, on the left, you have an example of a Turkish artist Refik Anadol. He uses data and machine intelligence for his artworks. And light festival at historic environments can be a source. Nature and historic buildings relation can be maybe an activity concept. The residences of the historical personalities, or to visit ongoing restoration projects, or to work with sound map or smell map of the historic places or historic cities can be activity concept. And as a last word, I would like to thank the participant school staff, teachers, coordinators who did their best for this project. It was amazing for me to learn from the children. They deserve to live and be educated in the best conditions. Thank you. Grazie mille.
So I am really very impressed by the three speakers of this morning, because all of them managed very large projects compared to what we do here. Very long-lasting projects involving many partners, many schools, and this is, of course, an incredible effort. And so this is, yeah, I'm very, very impressed. Just the list of the preparation points was enough for frightening each of us, I think. And I have some questions for Luca Mori and Ainur Çifti, both of you. And this is how you selected the schools, or how this selection was organized. It was the school that decided to participate, how you got in contact with them. And then, yes, something that you mentioned at the end of your presentation, Ainur, is how can we be sure that all this makes sense, and so how can we evaluate the effect of your projects, both in case of the utopias and in this case, in the long term? How can we know if these 5 to 12 years old children will be when they are 18, when they are adults?
Okay. So I can say that the partner schools, they applied to the Erasmus Plus project, and then the coordinator accepted their participation through the Erasmus Plus commission at the other high level. So the schools apply. And the coordinator, as I said, she found us. And the Turkish school was a little bit very outside of Istanbul, at the other end of Istanbul. So due to my duties, I couldn't participate to each activity. Therefore, to have good results, to have quick results after each activity, it was very important for me to have their reports, teachers' reports. And how we can measure the impact. Our aim was not to see all these children to be an architect in the future. Like Archi School also has the same aim. But it's a good tool for the children capacity, for their creative imagination, because they will be future decision makers. So if they freely express their feelings, their thought. They have a role in the participation of to preserve the architectural heritage. But how we can measure, we need a tool. We need to create a tool. How it will be possible, because if you follow 10 years later, 20 years later, you will have the best results. But you have to create something at educational, national, curricular level.
I think so. Yeah. Thank you. Maybe Angela raised her hand.
Yeah, in regard, I totally agree with the speakers before that it depends also, like if you really want to know the impact, if you like what time frame you're looking at, and if it is the impact on the environment you are interested in, or the impact on each person, on the learner themselves. But I think the interview technique we used is a very good way to kind of like, at least on a personal level, to find out what is impacting in a sense of learning moments in their life. So I think we could talk to also in 10 years to young people and ask them. We probably are not able to pin it down to one event. As you see, if you remember, I showed this one chart with a lot of scribbling on it. There are many moments, and we cannot say how important each of these moments are, but you could trace and look if some of the experiences they had in this competition or workshop and so on shows in that whole setting of different moments where they learned about architecture. So I think the methods are there. We can do this also in 10 years. It's rather a question if you can get hold of the young people then, if we can reach them and where we find them. So that's a challenge I see in a very practical way. I think the methods are there to evaluate that, but to get actually a hold of students in 10 years is a challenge.
In my case, the first travel in Italy was based on crowdfunding, and the activities were free for the schools. So I only have shared the project through social networks, and there were schools or teachers that invited me to their schools. And so I had the possibility to make this travel 10,000 kilometers in Italy, from Sicily to Trentino, Lombardia, and so on. And in this moment, there are teachers and schools that invite me without planification of the itinerary. And this is the first question. The second question, I don't know very well which are the effects of this activity. I try to do all that I can for give visibility to the ideas of the children. So I have published books with information about the children utopias, and I always prepare documentation very rich about the conversation. And maybe children sometimes make comment like this. Giovanni in Corleone has said, we have not to forget our imagination when we will be adults, because they discovered their imagination during the conversation, the possibility of imagination. And another girl in Modena say, I didn't think to have so many ideas, I with my classmates. And this is a discovery, this is a very important discovery. And they have their utopias, but they know that other children in other parts of Italy have imagined utopias, and I hope that the spirit of utopia can last when they will be adults. So I don't know the effects, but I think that, and I perceive that this is a very deep experience for them.
So I think that from utopias, we can now have a stop and go to a very concrete lunch. And we will meet again at 2:30 for our afternoon session. Thank you all. Thank you. So welcome back for the afternoon session. And this time is the turn of Professor Olimpia Niglio. As I said this morning, Professor of Restoration at the University in Pavia and also many other universities around the world. And today she's here in her role of International Coordinator of the pedagogical program Reconnecting with Your Culture. Thank you, Olimpia.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you for inviting me. And thank you, Palladio Museum and all staff for this special invitation. For me, a very great pleasure because I participated in many courses in the past here, and today is very emotional for me to stay here again. And today I am very happy to share with you an international pedagogical program that I designed in 2020 during the pandemic period. But after 1 year from the starting of this program was a very cultural pandemic in the world. This program applied in many countries from the world. But I introduced this project also in a special organization because I am vice president of the ICOMOS. ICOMOS is International Monument of Site, and thanks also my special role at this moment, I promoted in the many countries in the world, this pedagogical program. But this pedagogical program is an ethical program without fund, but applied from the different communities, schools, local organizations, because the main aims is to approach the young generation of the local cultural values, not global but local, because for us it is very important to improve this concept, to open a very constructive dialogue with other peoples in the world. Next slide. Okay, thank you, good. The title is After Mondial Culture. Why? Because I shared this program last week. I come back from Mexico City last Sunday, and I shared this program with in this international congress promoted by United Nations after 40 years. Because the first Mondial Culture took in Mexico City in 1982. And after these 40 years, again, Mondial Culture again realized in Mexico City. And I proposed this special presentation, Culture Compass, because we think the culture is a compass, very important for the young generation, but also for the people in the world. During this event in Mondial Culture, Reconnecting with Your Culture received an award as the first project in the world for inclusion of the people on culture. And was for me a very important opportunity to receive this recognition. But now it is important to continue this job in the world and this very effort for the local community, as in this picture arrived from, for example, from Mexico, in the south of Mexico, in Chiapas. But the origin of our project was the International Declaration on Cultural Policies, signed in Mexico City in 1922, where in the introduction of this international declaration, we can read that the world has undergone profound changes in recent years, but recent years in 1982. The progress of science and technology has changed the main place in the world and the nature of his social relation. Education and culture was significance and scope have been considerable, extended, are essential for the genuine development of the individual and society. This is an affirmation in 1922, but this is very actual today. And this was the root of our project. But I worked in many countries of the world, from between Latin America and East Asia, and I analyzed the different situations in the specific, above all, rural communities. And for this reason, born this program. But this is also an interesting reference, because the international conference in Mexico City, born after many international meetings. This organization, this international conference in Mexico City, born after many meetings, for example, in Helsinki in 1972, Jakarta, Accra in Africa, Bogota in 1978, etc., etc. And after this important international meeting took place in Mexico City, this international conference. This international conference published an important declaration, and in this declaration, in Article 10, we can read the concept about culture, because for us an important question was, what is culture in the world? What is the significance of culture for the people, no, in a different country? And here there is a very interesting the definition of culture, because this article introduces an anthropological significance of culture. Culture is people, culture is a community. Culture constitutes a fundamental dimension of the development process and helps to strengthen the independence, sovereignty, and identity of the nation. Groups have frequently been convinced in quantitative terms without taking into account it is a necessary qualitative dimension, namely the satisfaction of the man's satisfaction of the main spiritual and cultural aspiration. Now, this is an important concept means spirituals and cultural aspiration. The aims of genuine development is a continuing well-being and fulfillment of every individual. And starting from this specific article, we started reconnecting with your culture. Reconnecting with your culture today is applied in many countries in the world, but I want now share with you a small video. And okay. This video was the introduction in mondial culture last week. This is a rural school in Colombia. This is the inclusion because we work also with all children. Also in Japan, we was realized many expositions about this program. Every children receive a certificate as ambassador of culture at the end of the class. Have realized also events with the music, dance, etc. Because this is a cultural heritage, local cultural heritage. Also food, for example. Our life, our existence. Okay, this is the synthesis of the main concept of our project. But Reconnecting with Your Culture starts in 2020, July 2020, and in Latin America, because I started this program in Latin America, and specifically in Peru, Lima. And after 1 year, exactly in July 2021, we have organized the first international meeting with all countries in this moment participant in this specific project. But during the first year, we have organized more than 1,000 seminars and 34 lectures with specifically professors specialized in pedagogical programs finalized on the cultural heritage. And at the end of 2021, in Tokyo, exactly in Tokyo, we have realized the first international exposition with the participation of 21 countries, 4 continents, more than 1,000 drawings from the world. and it was impressive for me, but also for all collaborators, in this case my students in Tokyo, to promote and to also organize this big exposition. But this exposition was also translated in other cities because this exposition started in Tokyo, but also was translated in Kyoto, Osaka, and Sapporo. Now, after this exposition, we started the second step of this international project, now organized in different national committees. Now we share with you this organization because now all every national committee work for the implementation of the territory of this pedagogical program. But this pedagogical program is organized also as a specific reference. The first reference is an accessible guide realized with Professor Rana P.B. Singh. This is an important pedagogical teacher, Indian pedagogical teacher of University of Varanasi, that I know this professor during Congress, and Rana Singh proposed me to realize the first guide about reconnecting with your culture, and this guide is absolutely available on the website in different languages because it was translated in Japanese, Arabic, French, English, Spain, etc., etc. But also during Olympic Games in Tokyo, because we have participated also in the Paralympic Olympic Games in Tokyo, we have also collaborated with this organization. In this period was published the Tokyo Charter. Tokyo Charter is our mission on reconnecting with your culture, education, culture, heritage, and children. And also this document was translated in many languages all over the world and is absolutely available on the website of this project. Our aims is to realize the school of the world, because we think it is very important now in this historical period, in this historical social situation in the world, to work in the two people center of the people, no, in our culture, because we need to put in the center the community. And when I ask, for example, my students, what do you think about the cultural heritage? What is cultural heritage for you? And many students reply, I don't know. Why? But no, for me it is the monument. No, for me is environment, etc., etc. But never reply, culture is people. Cultural heritage is people. Cultural heritage has, no? And for this reason, now I work also with my students in the university about reconnecting with your culture. Reconnecting with your culture I appreciate also very much, for example, the project of my colleagues in Turkey, in Italy, because I find in this project important reference, important connection, no? And because reconnecting with your culture propose a walk, no? A very small walk in the city. Every student start walking in our city, in your city, and and also specific research on the local heritage, on the local cultural heritage, and after the students share this knowledge, this knowledge with other friends, with other students, but with also with the family, with the teacher, because now it is very important to establish again the dialogue between different generations. Also, this is very important, the dialogue between different generations, from children to the old peoples. Why? Because life, our life is culture, and culture is life. And every day, also in my class, I talk about it, because when we born, our reference is the family, is our house. This is the first very cultural heritage, our family. But before, after is the school, is the society, is our jobs. But in the phase of our life, for example, I am in this phase at this moment, I need to share my experience with others. No, we need to share our cultural heritage with the others, and to establish a very important, a very constructive dialogue with the others. Because why? Because after our life, we leave the luggage with many information for new generation, and a very circle, between our born at the end, and this cycle is very important. For example, in Oriental culture, this concept is very, very clear, and we need to understand this relationship between the young generation and the old generation. In this transmission also of the cultural heritage. And the cultural heritage, reconnecting with your culture, aims also the collaborate. This is an important point, because reconnecting with your culture, collaborate with Agenda 2030. 2030, in this case for us, the point of quality education, the point 4, it is very important, but we collaborate with this committee, because also in ICOMOS there is a specific committee on SDGs, and in this specific committee we are working on this program, and here you can see many pictures from a different country of the school, of the people, of the children, with the drawings, also with the certificate, etc., etc. But another topic very important is the equity. For this, for example, we are working also with the special school, where there are children that are not the same opportunity. And for us, this is very important, this specific society, and also many from picture from the world, with the many activity promoted by the school, organization, institution. For example, many ministry of the education at this moment starting this specific program. For example, also in Colombia, in this moment, the Ministry of Education is starting also the application of this specific pedagogical program in the public school. This is another, but I don't know if we want to share also this. Yes, good. Because I wanted to share also this page because here you can see, for example, the exposition, for example, the exposition in Tokyo. Here there are also a video to share also this experience. Without sound. There are also all countries that participate in this exposition, and we have shared. This is, for example, an exposition of the drawing from the world. And also we have organized a very small laboratory for the children. This was last year in Machida in Tokyo. This is. Okay, this is, okay, I ask from this. I don't know what, no, I ask, and okay, I sorry. So, but reconnecting with your culture, last year received also award by the new European Bauhaus. This is a new organization, this is a new project in Europe, because reconnecting with your culture is the first project with the many women for culture in the world. Last year, 50 women of this project received a specific award for specific activity in the local territories. And our mains are education, community, and the local cultural heritage. And our mission is finalized to enforce this concept and this activity in the local territory in a different country of the world. Last week we have shared our project in Mexico in this international, in mondial congress about culture. And this is the Auditorium Nacional, National Auditorium, during this events, Resiliart 100, because 100 projects in the world was selected during these specific events, and at the end, Reconnecting with Your Culture received the first award for the quality of the inclusion of different culture in this specific pedagogical project. Here also many other pictures, because for us it is very important to realize with the teacher of the different schools of the world specific program on the cultural heritage, and have these children at the end understand the value of the Haunoteir cultural heritage, and receive a specific certificate as ambassador of culture, because after this class, every young people start another class with other children, no? And to continue to build a better world. And also this is all the picture. And now I want to share with you also an idea, because also this morning I talked about it, and I consider there are a very interesting community, no? We are a very interesting community, and I consider that all together we can realize a very important project. We can find opportunity in a European commission for funds, etc. But I consider now Palladio Museum a very leader, for realize this specific project from Italy, for the world, from Italy for the world, on education and for children, and to approach more the children or the school in the world about it, because Andrea Palladio International Center is very famous in the world, and many I know many colleagues that have realized it here, classes, seminar, participant in international conference, etc. And I suggest this this proposal about it, but also I wait for you in our project Reconnecting with Your Culture. Thank you very much.
This very global dimension, we'll come back to one of the cradles of Western culture, that is Rome. And so we give the floor to Marta Morelli from MAXI, Head of Education at MAXI.
Thank you so much for inviting me, because I'm very, very happy to be here with all of you today. And for me, it's also a great pleasure meeting again international colleagues and friends. First of all, I'd like to share with you a very brief presentation of MAXI Museum, just to position me and ourselves and help you better understand the background of our learning projects. As you know, museums have a specific mission with specific purposes according to the new definition of museum of ICOM of last August. So my speech and the activities I'm going to talk about have to be listened to, bearing in mind this statement. This is MAXI Museum in Rome. MAXI is the only one national museum in Italy devoted to contemporary arts and architecture. It opened the doors of the Zaha Hadid building, you see it in the picture, in 2010, but its exhibition and learning programs started many years before. MAXI Art Permanent Collection is made up by artworks of Italian and international artists from the 60s to the present, focusing on artworks from 2000 to the present, and commissioned artworks. MAXI Architecture Permanent Collection is made up by archives of Italian architects of the 20th century, as well as models, sketches, drawings of Italian and international architects of the 21st century. It is also made up by works of Italian and international photographers of the 20th and 21st century. Part of MAXI's mission is to promote contemporary creativity by means of prizes, festivals, and commissioning of works. In late May 2021, yes, MAXI opened in L'Aquila, MAXI L'Aquila, a museum in Palazzo Ardinghelli, a building of 18th century. But all the projects I'm going to present you today are carried out in MAXI Rome. Some pictures of the building, the Zaha Hadid building. So, for this reason, for the reason I've just mentioned, the Education Office has to deal with many different contents at the same time. The museum building, the permanent collections of art and architecture, the temporary exhibitions of art, architecture, photography, and design. Very often, these contents relate to strictly present-day themes and issues, also sensitive and controversial ones. Moreover, the museum neighborhood, the Flaminio district, with its modern and contemporary architecture pieces, is also a content on which the Education Office focuses its activities. As I mentioned before, the Education Office was established in 2004, 6 years before the museum opening, and its target audiences are schools, an audience that we've been really cared about since the beginning, young adults, and families. I've summarized here some keywords of our methodology that inform the learning programs devoted to schools, from kindergartens to upper secondary schools, and to other target audiences. As you can read, action research, ongoing design, planning under constant redefinition thanks to monitoring and evaluation, listening, debate, and participation, relationship or deconstruction of different forms of relationship, for example, during the pandemic, process, a very important word for us, interdisciplinarity, transdisciplinarity, sharing of specialist knowledge, co-creation of new shared meanings with audiences, co-creation of experiences of reflection and play with audiences, enlargement of the so-called project community and co-design, and last but not least, I think it's the word that gathers all previous words, transformation. Our activities have always been integrated and, in the word of Michel Foucault, situated in the context we are in. Our having carried out so many experimental activities in the late 2000s, namely the period that saw the construction of the museum building, has helped shape our projects, which are thus very fluid, just like the galleries designed by Zaha Hadid, despite the very precise underlying methodology. One of the key concepts of said methodology is that of developing projects together with the target audience rather than for it. Therefore, it is essential to know the various targets and establish relationships with them. Interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity characterize our integrated methodology. We work as much as we can on contemporary art and architecture at the same time. We work with professionals of different disciplines, always opening up dialogues that lead us to design brand new activities. Another key concept of our methodology is that of the horizontal sharing of specialist knowledge, which promotes the enlargement of the so-called project community, namely the team involved in the participatory planning of learning programs. As I said earlier, the goal is to develop projects together with target audience rather than for it. Let me share something about the pandemic. During the pandemic, we have been forced to work with our audiences mainly through the internet. And the need for these changes led us to reflect and ask ourselves, what has happened to Maxi Education Office in that period, and how can we provide education through the built spaces when space itself and artworks are missing? We found ourselves reflecting on doubt and experiencing so many doubts to an even greater extent. Therefore, we tried to build different kinds of relationship. Indeed, relationship is a recurring word in our methodology and daily practice. We questioned ourselves and our way of providing museum education and education through the built environment, which is why we experienced doubt within different stages. So, how did we proceed? On the one hand, we relied on our well-established methodology, while on the other hand, we looked for new, unexplored strategies. On the one hand, there was methodological rigor. On the other hand, there was total openness to the unprecedented and a deep appreciation of others, with activities that once again put participants at the heart of a constant dialogue. How could all this be summarized? Enter the word care. First of all, we tried to take care of ourselves as people and as heritage educators, as well as to involve all those with whom we wished to come into contact. It was through care practices that we were able to define the evolution of our modus operandi. Other keywords of the Maxi Education methodology are process, because we are interested on the process rather than the results, and transformation, because we aim at starting always a process of transformation, small or huge, in everyone we work with. We are very, very, very ambitious. So, going deep to the practice, and to the question that I've been asked, if there is a difference between classic architecture education and contemporary architecture education. I tried to summarize 18 years of activities, talking about projects that had or have the goal of providing and sharing learning tools for reading and interpreting the space of our everyday lives, the space that surrounds us. For this reason, from 2019, Leggere lo spazio, Reading the Space, was the name, the title of the field of research in education through the built environment that gathers all our activities, all our learning tools, our international conference in January 23rd, the third edition, and a brand new section of Maxi's library devoted to education through the built environment. The first season of activities aimed at providing tools of interpretation and to facilitate appropriation of both the building's architectural frameworks and the surrounding urban landscape was Maxi in Azione. Maxi in Azione, Maxi in Action, was the first project about Maxi's architecture that generated a very long series of events and experiments with various target audiences. First of all, pupils. It presented the challenge of telling schools about an architectural project that was still in the design stage. Began when the Maxi's building was still a construction site, Maxi in Azione for nearly 10 years measured the creative design-related evolution of learning through architecture at Maxi, from the construction site to the building to the museum. The learning programs witnessed this transformation. Even today, ideas, reflections, experiments emerged and carried out in those years are fruitful and provide materials for new workshops. The first version of the educational project was divided into 3 workshops. Il cantiere, the construction site, here. The museum, il museo, the museum, effetto ad id effect. When the museum building opened in 2010, the 3 parts were uniquely combined. In the first open-air workshop, the secret of Maxi's construction were discovered, gazing at it as though it were an artwork itself, capturing architecture in progress. In the second workshop, the museum, the students worked on Maxi's spatial arrangement, reflecting on the functions of a museum, identifying the specific features of the winning project and creating graphic compositions associated with poetic words. During the workshop called Effetto ad id, the youngsters understood the processes of conceiving an architectural work, the synthetic force of Zaha Hadid's sign, and her ability to remain coherent during the creative process. They thus developed an idea for a project starting from their own sign, which they attempted to use despite the difficulty in maintaining their identity, going from the 2-dimensional to the 3-dimensional volume. Therefore, Maxi in Azione project aimed at decoding the morphological language of Zaha Hadid's urban solution and helping the youngsters to understand the close interconnection between formal choices, structural solutions, and constructive experimentation. In the project Te la spiego io l'architettura contemporanea, let me explain you contemporary architecture, a group of teenagers realized 5 video guides of modern and contemporary architecture pieces in the Northwest Rome for their peers. In this video, they tell the story sharing their point of view.
Ciao, io sono Alessandro, sono uno studente del liceo classico linguistico Aristofane. Volevo raccontarvi un po' la mia esperienza in questo progetto. È iniziato circa a dicembre in collaborazione con il Maxi, con il Dipartimento Educazione. Abbiamo deciso di approfondire determinati argomenti relativi a una zona di Roma che è quella del quartiere Flaminio, del villaggio olimpico e del foro italico. È stato un lavoro abbastanza lungo, impegnativo, che ci ha tenuto occupati per diversi mesi. E incontrandoci a cadenza settimanale e bisettimanale noi abbiamo approfondito, studiato, visitato le zone di interesse con l'obiettivo finale poi di divulgare il più possibile la nostra esperienza e rendere partecipe un pubblico al quale noi ci rivolgevamo, che era quello della nostra età, al quale volevamo raccontare queste zone di Roma che molto spesso non sono conosciute o lo sono poco e noi abbiamo voluto fare questo. È stata un'esperienza da un punto di vista didattico molto formativa, interessante, ma che ci ha permesso di relazionarci con l'architettura in modo assolutamente autonomo e anche svincolato da quelli che erano un po' i canoni che la scuola ci impone. È stata un'esperienza sì impegnativa, però che ci è piaciuta molto, ci è interessato moltissimo. E certo, oltre che una conoscenza più approfondita di queste zone, porto a casa un'esperienza bellissima che è durata questi 3-4 mesi e che mi ha permesso anche di conoscere un ambiente a me sconosciuto come quello del Maxi e di tutto il lavoro che c'è dietro.
So, as you saw, students selected and summarized the contents, chose the most appropriate language for the target audience, and together with a professional video maker, they also directed the short videos. Moreover, during a day devoted to the dissemination of the project, they became heritage mediators for their peers and for passers-by in the territory and in the places they studied and described. During the project, students reported an increasing sense of belonging to the team and to the museum, loving what they were creating despite the effort. At the end of the project, they noted the pride in having taken part in Te la spiego io l'architettura contemporanea, and the amazement in seeing the quality of the results accomplished. These significant feedbacks bring together many projects devoted to different targets in which participants were actively engaged. The purpose of sharing as much as possible learning tools to read the building environment, the research and the practice of those years led the Education Office to design a brand new tool devoted to different target audiences, mainly primary and secondary schools, but also families and adults. It's a deck of cards that we called Spazio al Giallo, Space to Yellow, or Make Room for Yellow, designed in collaboration. It's a very brand new tool. We are about to start the workshops. So the deck of cards was designed in collaboration with the artist designer Francesca Balducci. That the tool helps to identify and understand the Maxi's special features, as well as the constituent elements of traditional architecture, thanks to a graphic representation of some basic concepts of architecture. Once again, a tool starts from Maxi to go outside, to merge the museum with the city, aiming at being universal. It was a very long and challenging work, so I'd like to give credit to my colleague Stefania Napolitano for managing it. We worked on characteristics of the space as straight, inclined, curved, or linear, braided, and so on. Characteristics that could be found in the Zaha Hadid's building, as well as in classic and modern buildings. On the cards, the space and the behavior of the space is shown by the yellow color. Therefore, yellow takes an action that qualifies the space and defines the card itself. For example, if yellow tilts, the card is inclination, is slope. In the pictures, you can see the workshops with primary school students and children of Maxi Summer Camp at the museum and in the museum neighborhood. During the workshops, the concepts are mediated and experienced, as you can see, with the body. The hands-on activity focuses on the creation of a 3D story regarding the previous exploration of the space, and the cards become the building blocks of the story itself, as you can see from the pictures. Participants can customize the cards before cutting and assembling them. The compositions can be completely different one another depending on pupils' choices. A linear juxtaposition that creates a sentence of architectural concepts, or a vertical layering that creates a paper architecture, a paper sculpture. As I said before, the cards are situated in the Maxi, but can be used to understand different kinds of building. So we will continue to test the deck of cards inside and outside the museum. This is the first season of practice, so we monitor every workshop to make any change needed and to evaluate the project. We've just started working on a new huge project called Grande Maxi, a research hub for experimenting with the relationship between architecture, art, science, and artificial intelligence, a center of excellence for contemporary art restoration, for new training, with new training spaces, smart and accessible repositories, a new urban green landscape with productive vegetables, gardens, green challenge with carbon neutrality as a target, overcoming of physical, sensory, and digital barriers. Grande Maxi consists of a series of integrated actions involving both the building designed by Zaha Hadid, together with our square, Piazza Alighiero Boetti, and an adjoining area pertaining to the museum. Among other actions, there is the construction of a brand new, sustainable, and multifunctional building. So, the Education Office is working on strategies to better mediate the complex project. Its core themes, sustainability, innovation, and inclusion, and the ongoing process of transformation by means of workshop, visit explorations, and new activities formats. In conclusion, is there a difference between classic architecture education and contemporary architecture education? I don't know. I am speaking from a very specific point of view, so I do not have an answer valid once and for all. I think that both of them are parts of the building environment education. As you saw, Maxi Education Office works on the present and on the future to go back to the past and to basic concepts of architecture. If museums contribute significantly to the building of the identity of individuals as well as communities, then from 2004 to today, every project at the Education Office can be seen as an attempt to open up Maxi more and more, to go into the territory and the outskirts, to intercept new audiences, to involve non-visitor, potential visitor, and real visitors in the sharing and participated construction and creation of multiple meanings and interpretations. Hence, each project represents a tactic, in the words of Michel Desserteau, for the affirmation of different subjectivities, a process of creative negotiation which one's life experience. In order to increase the number of people who actively take part in the processes whereby public spaces are built, it's necessary to create together resources that facilitate their appropriation since childhood. This appropriation, these interpretations enable people to become more and more aware of the spaces surrounding us, and as a result, to contribute to actively defining their qualitative and relational features. Therefore, learning how to read space could help growing and becoming adults and citizens, taking responsibility for the current and the future changes undergone by our cities and exercising democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marta, for this very deep presentation. We will now have 10 minutes of break and then continue with our last two guest speakers. We are starting again, and I would like to introduce you Sophie Draper from the RIBA London, where she's learning manager.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me as well. It's a real honour to be here and to meet you all. And so, thank you. Working for the Royal Institute of British Architects, I'm part of a professional body which celebrates the very best in global architecture. However, this can often mean a focus on individual buildings rather than the entirety of the built environment. Working in my role as a learning manager, it's both my responsibility and my passion to engage young people, not only with great buildings, but also in a wider built environment in which they live, learn and play. I believe that the built environment should be accessible and enjoyable for everyone, and creating a truly equal and inclusive architecture is what motivates me in my role. I struggle with environments which are designed for particular sections of society, favouring those which remove the barriers of class and status, and instead provide opportunities for active engagement in the space, no matter your background or age. In London, we see a proliferation of luxury apartments being built to be purchased by overseas investors along with the very wealthy. I think we need to see more value being placed on community engagement and sustainability, both climatic and social, to better our built environment. I personally would like to see less of this, which is kind of generic developments of private homes, which are too expensive for the average person to buy, and developments filled with retail and hospitality that only wealthy people can afford. I'd also like to see less luxury apartments being built which sit empty because they're bought by overseas investors. And I'd like to see more of this. This was a project called Bringing Home to the Unknown. It was a collaboration with RIBA Learning, Meyersbrook Pupil Referral Unit, which is a school for children that have been excluded from mainstream schools, and the Poor Collective, which stands for Power Out of Restriction. And within this project, the young people worked with the architects to design an inclusive bandstand, which anyone of any age could enjoy. It was situated in Regent's Park, a major park in London, and stood there in the autumn of 2021. Another intervention which I'm fond of is the skip gardens, which were in King's Cross from 2009 to 2019. And among the cranes and the cement mixers, the skip garden was an urban oasis with a twist. It was a portable garden that moved to different locations on the King's Cross site as and when land was sold and built on. It was a garden built from 1,000 hands, built by young people and local business volunteers, together creating a new sustainable community. It was a unique space where apple trees, pumpkins and beans grew out of skips, All the food grown was used in a skip garden kitchen, which blossomed into a teaching space, commercial catering enterprise, and offered volunteering opportunities for local groups to come and learn. Another intervention, which I think is a good example of community engagement, is Testbed 1, which is situated on the south side of the River Thames. And it's a collection of Victorian buildings, including a dairy and a tile kiln. It was designed by the late Will Alsop and became a meeting point for surrounding creative entities. It housed a doodle bar, Edge of Arabia gallery, opera organisation, whiskey distillery, street kitchen, and a mix-up of startups and established small businesses. It also had free ping pong tables, free spaces where local youths could practice boxing and sports, and had free spaces where children and young people could hang out and exchange creative ideas. These three examples of urban interventions are interesting because they are focused on bringing all types of people together, giving them a shared, accessible and free space whilst providing valuable learning and training opportunities, regardless of people's backgrounds, abilities and incomes. I think our towns and cities could do with a lot more of these types of spaces, especially London, where I'm from, and which has a huge disparity between the ultra-rich, the middle classes and those struggling to survive. Creating community spaces is not the answer to closing the gap between the rich and the poor, but I do believe that all of London's populations should have access to high quality, inclusive, enjoyable and accessible spaces in which they can learn, relax, socialise and thrive in. Not just those people with high disposable incomes. So how can we ensure that our cities have more interesting, inclusive and free spaces? One answer, I think, is to open up the act of designing public and private spaces to a more diverse generation of architects and to make architecture itself a more inclusive profession. A major focus of REBA Learning's programmes is to diversify architecture through introducing architecture to the broadest possible demographic and to support young people from all backgrounds to play a part in how their towns and cities develop. This is achieved mainly through our Architect Ambassadors programme. We believe that every child and young person should have the opportunity to experience architecture, learn about careers in architecture, and use creative activity to explore their own ideas relating to architecture. Within the programme, we team up volunteer architects with schools and facilitate architects to plan and deliver creative and bespoke learning projects within schools. Projects introduce architecture in a built environment to children and teachers through practical and fun activities. Each year we work with about 50 schools, which equates to about 5,000 pupils across the UK and about 50 architecture practices. Our goal is to inspire within the young people a lasting appreciation, enjoyment and understanding of the spaces and places they inhabit. Schools and architects sign up to the programme through our website, and we also target schools in deprived areas. We work with any year group from reception, which is 4 and 5-year-olds, to year 13, which is 17 and 18-year-olds. And any architecture firm, big or small, rural and urban, can sign up to the programme. All architects who sign up to the programme receive free training on how to work and communicate with children and how to plan and deliver successful learning activities. Architects volunteer their time, and so the programme is relatively low cost to run. They mainly participate in the programme because they want to give back to the communities they design for. And they also want to be supported to deliver creative projects for children and young people. The programme is also attractive to architecture firms because it helps them to achieve what we call in the UK their corporate social responsibility goals. So to be a member of REBA, architects have to complete so many hours of corporate social responsibility a year, and so the project helps them to deliver those hours. And the programme is attracted to schools because there's a big drive in the UK to welcome professionals from all sectors to work on projects that can help to raise children and young people's aspirations, whilst giving them exposure to a variety of careers and industries. Schools also love having creative experts that can support art and design teaching, as this has been severely reduced within the teacher training in the UK, as art and design as the subjects have been squeezed out of the curriculum. Projects begin with a planning meeting between REBA Learning, participating architects and schools to determine what all parties want to achieve through delivering projects. REBA Learning then assists architects to plan their projects and learning activities, and we also assist architects with the delivery in schools. Each project is evaluated on completion, and architects can promote their participation through company communications. Because projects are bespoke to each school and architect partnership, each Architect Ambassador project we have delivered has been totally unique. Schools usually like projects to deliver their curriculum. So if we're working with primary schools, we can focus on anything from ancient Greek and Roman architecture to post-World War II architecture to even architecture on space. Secondary schools usually like us to work with their geography classes, and so we often cover subjects including sustainability and urban planning, and they also like us to work with their art and design groups to deliver sustained and in-depth projects. Projects can be as short or as long as partnerships want, and can be anything from one-off assembly or presentation events to 6-week or full-term projects. And here are some examples of projects we've recently run. This was a project with AHMM architects and 6 and 7-year-olds from John Keats Primary School. This project was aimed at helping children to learn about architects and architecture and its relationship to their school topics, how do we organise themselves? This topic focused on teaching children about how different communities develop and how they live and interact with each other in urban environments. The architects decided to to introduce the topic and the subject of architecture through exploring the famous Three Little Pigs fairy tale. This was a great text to investigate, as it covers many different themes, including how and why homes are built by different communities, different building techniques and materials, and the importance of having safety and shelter. Whilst exploring the Three Little Pigs stories, pupils learnt about and got to explore and feel a wide range of professional materials. They learnt about sustainability and designing for different climates, interior designing, and how architects get ideas from sketching and what model makers do. As part of the project, students, teachers and architects also took part in an exciting off-site visit to Mudshoot Farm to complete observational drawing activities of the farm's animals, communal spaces and landscaping in preparation for a final workshop in their school playground. During the workshop, pupils designed individual farm plots for placement in a farm master plan. The students was really impressed by the architect's sketches, and the students' own farm plots were truly beautiful. They were colourful, unique and well thought out, with comments such as, "I'm designing windows because windows help ventilate. I have chosen bricks in my design because bricks are strong. And I have designed a rainforest farm plot because it reminds me of home." Another project we delivered recently has been with Pick-Everard architects and 9 and 10-year-olds from Roxley Junior School. Within this project, architects helped pupils to understand geography linked to earthquakes, and it was linked to their geography topic, natural disasters. So each child worked in groups and they designed structures that could withhold earthquakes. And they had lots of fun working in teams to design their towers. They cut out floors, they built supporting pillars and cross-braced their structures using lollipop sticks, straws and pipe cleaners before placing their towers on a map of Dubai for an exciting earthquake challenge. And we were really impressed by the stability and flexibility of the children's super towers, with only 2 of around 20 super towers falling down. Another project that we have recently delivered has been the Design Future London project, in which we teamed up with School 21, London Design and Engineering UTC, and the Erkin World Centre to work with Year 10 and 12 pupils to respond to the Mayor of London's Design Future London competition. The brief of this competition was for pupils to design a new, sustainable, environmentally friendly and affordable living area in the heart of the Royal Docklands. The aim of the competition was to inspire young Londoners to develop an interest in designing inclusive, affordable and sustainable places to live, work and visit. We launched the project with 8 Year 12 art and design students from School 21. The students took part in 4 online digital workshops introducing pupils to the themes of site analysis, heritage, community consultation, sustainability, and housing design. Following their online presentations, students used the information and case studies the architects had provided them with to work independently to develop their ideas for how they'd like to transform the site. They particularly focused on types of housing they would like to introduce to their schemes, amenities for local communities, attractions and services for visitors, and sustainable and green infrastructure and transport. The project ended with pupils making their own models of their designs and attending a presentation event at REBA HQ in which they presented their impressive projects to a panel of architects. The project with the Erken World Centre involved architect Yang Yang Chen visiting pupils to introduce them to the site and explaining the history and heritage of the site. They also then took part in 4 online digital workshops to explore heritage, community consultation, sustainability and housing design. And then they worked with a landscape architect to learn about the traditional ecology of the area and how to reinstate traditional ecology back to the area. They then worked with architects from Be First and explored housing design, renewable energy and green infrastructure. They completed their project by visiting 200 Becontree Avenue, which is a social housing unit designed by Be First and incorporates some amazing green credentials and sustainable design features. And we work with year 10 pupils, which are 15 and 16-year-olds, from London Design and Engineering UTC from November to February. They began their project by working with architects from Stanton Williams and took part in a site analysis workshop in which they learnt how to record atmosphere, sound, space, physical appearance and movement within areas. They then learnt about community consultation with architects from TP Bennett before joining architects from Pollard, Thomas and Edwards to learn about heritage and how to express ideas of heritage in new design. They explored housing design with architects from Jessica and Wiles, and then they pulled all of their ideas to create collages expressing their master plan for the new site before transforming their collages into 3D models. And the last project I'd like to share with you is one delivered by Holland and Harvey architects and year 12 and 13 students. Within the students were challenged to revive Stroudley Walk, which is a dying high street in Bow, East London. And they designed a building and surrounding public realm space that encouraged multi-community use. In the span of the 4-month project, learners learnt about and applied the REBA work stages used by professional architects into their individual projects. These included strategic definition, project and sustainability outcomes, concept design, and spatial coordination. The project concluded with students visiting Holland Harvey architects to present their designs. And here are some of the winners. So Ollie won Best Eco-Friendly Project. Adam won Excellence in Visualization. Rudolph won Community Engagement Award. Monique won Best Speaker at the presentation event. And Gabe won Best Project and Excellence in Place Regeneration. The director of Holland Harvey Architects said, "I thought overall the quality of work from the students was excellent. The conversation around the wider issues was engaged and meaningful. Their proposals were creative and they were resourceful in finding ways to communicate their ideas. Their presentations were well put together with structure and narrative, which led overall to a great morning of reviews." So what next? Once we have enthused young people about architecture and the built environment, what can we actually do to enable them to become architects or to play an active role in the development of their towns, cities and neighbourhoods? Well, we can encourage children and young people to seek and join community consultation activities. We can encourage them to look around their local neighbourhood and campaign for things they want to change, improve or conserve. We can alert them to any developments that might impact their daily lives and give them a forum to protest against or support suggested changes. We can highlight and promote initiatives in which children and young people have had an active voice and role in the redevelopment of a building or a new space or facility, with the aim to encourage more developers, planners and architects to consult with children and young people in the design process. I think the projects that I've shown you and all of the projects we've talked about today show that children and young people have creative, original, workable, well-informed and valuable ideas that can yield unique and exemplary design. And we should all make more of an effort in championing the need to encourage and enable children and young people to be part of the architecture that surrounds them. For those children and young people who want to become architects, a slightly larger challenge presents itself, especially for children and young people from minority, low socioeconomic backgrounds or deprived areas. We all know the path to qualifying as an architect is a long and complex one. In the UK, the traditional route is for young people to complete an undergrad or Part 1 degree, work in industry for 1 or 2 years, to then complete a master's or Part 2 degree, and then work before completing a Part 3 written exam. This route equates to about 7 years of study and can cost up to £100,000 in university fees, loans, and associated course costs. 2 questions arise from this route. Firstly, how can young people afford this, especially when the average starting salary is between £25,000 and £30,000? And secondly, why does it need to take this long to qualify as an architect? And these are 2 major questions currently being discussed within the UK. The route to qualification is currently under review by the ARB, who are the regulator of the profession in the UK. And proposals due to be put out in consultation in the first quarter of 2003 suggest that qualification will be based on a number of academic and practical outcomes that students will need to meet, resulting in the taught aspect of Part 3 being subsumed into the university journey, which means that the university journey overall will be shorter. In addition, it is also likely that the ARB will propose a number of different routes through the profession, which will open up to those from different backgrounds. This again, it's hoped, will reduce the associated fees and the length time of the qualification. Another route to qualification that is increasing in popularity in the UK is the reintroduction of the traditional apprenticeship. Within this model, students can complete their university degrees by attending classes 2 days a week and work in practice 3 days per week. This route is proving to be highly popular with many young people, as they like the idea of working and earning while studying. They're also not required to pay university fees, which adds to the accessibility of the scheme. It is, however, a difficult route and takes a very motivated young person to be able to successfully work and study at the same time. It's also quite rare in the UK, with only 2 universities offering the Part 1 apprenticeship, although many more offer the Part 2 apprenticeship. But I think there should be more of an effort within industry for more apprenticeships to be opened up, especially to young people from deprived backgrounds. And finally, to open up architecture to a broader demographic, I think we also need to consider how we make the university admissions and professional recruitment process more accessible. So to be accepted onto an architecture course in the UK, students have to achieve certain grades. They have to write a personal statement, they have to submit a portfolio, and in some cases, attend an interview. Attaining the grades acquired is not so much of a problem for ambitious young people, but what they can struggle with is knowing how to present themselves in a personal statement, knowing how to write about them or present themselves in a portfolio, and how to present themselves in an interview. And especially those young people who come from a family with no history of further education, or from those families with no experience of architecture, and those families living in deprived area. They really struggle with knowing the right things to write in statements and the right way to present themselves in portfolio and interview. And it's these young people that we really need to target and support them so that they can gain entry onto architecture courses. We can do this through running free mentoring programs in which young people have architect mentors who can help them to become confident in expressing ideas about themselves in architecture. We can deliver free and creative portfolio workshops in which we can help students to produce a wide range of high quality work that they can include in their portfolios. And we can also practice interview and personal statement writing workshops. And this is a major focus of my work at the moment. With more financial support from industry and academia, this is definitely what architectural charities and organisations could and should be doing to help make architecture more accessible, and these programmes should also be working hand in hand with the university's widening participation teams. Obtaining good work experience is another thing that can set students apart. Firstly, in the university admissions and then the professional recruitment process. However, gaining work experience in an architecture firm is often not an easy thing to achieve and can often depend on who you know and not what you know, which in turn helps to support a self-perpetuating form of architecture. Firms in the UK are, however, starting to recognise the need to offer a broader diversity of aspiring architects' work placements. However, what they struggle with is knowing how to target those young people from deprived areas. And that's another thing that we are currently working on. We are currently developing a work experience toolkit full of ideas of activities that architecture firms in any part of the UK can do with young people. And we are developing our directory of all the practices in the UK who want to offer work experiences, which we can send out to schools. So any young person living in any area of the UK can look at this directory and know who to contact to get work experience. So in summary, architecture is an incredible subject that can not only result in towns and cities becoming inclusive, inspiring, and beautiful places, but it can also result in people having amazing and interesting careers. However, it is still quite an unobtainable subject and profession for the vast majority of the population. If we are serious about opening up and diversifying architecture, we need to think carefully about how we present architecture to children and young people in schools, and champion the need for it to be taught in schools. We need to give children and young people an active voice and role in the development of the spaces and places where they learn, live and play. We need to think about and perhaps reconsider the traditional university model and pathway to becoming an architect. We need to make apprenticeship routes more accessible to a wider demographic of young people. We need to mentor young people to help them to gain entry onto architecture courses. And we need to think carefully about work experience so that we can give all aspiring architects the opportunity to experience what it is like working in an architecture firm before they commit themselves to architecture courses. And so that every young person can have the experience that will help them to gain entry onto courses and their first jobs in the profession. Thank you very much.
Now we give the floor to Jorge Raido, artist, Spanish artist and art teacher for children.
I will read the text because my English is not so good to improvise, so I have to read. The title is Utopia, Poetry, Nature, Architecture, Education for Children. Well, the images are like clouds in the sky. I read, and I'm not going to explain projects or. My text has 3 parts: imagination, beauty, and the third one is utopia, poetry, nature. First, imagination. I share with you thoughts that accompany me at work. What is imagination? Is it the engine of life? Are we humans imagination or are we nothing? Is Alonso Quijano Don Quixote, or does Don Quixote imagine us all, including Alonso Quijano? Plato differentiated the function of the logos from the less important function of the phantasmatas or imagination, shadows or true things, the work of poets. Rather, what does personal experience tell me? I will affirm that sensitive perceptions act on us, provoking emotions and feelings that derive in forms and ideas thanks to the languages of ours. creating a personal conscience and the world through the communication of their artwork. I affirm that ideas do not exist per se. They are born from our action. Imagination codifies sensory perception, giving it shape to understand us as beings within the universe, also imagined. The universe is a form or idea resulting from our sensory experience. Everything is a dark and amorphous mass before the imagination gives it order and meaning with categories such as space and time, turning it into a symbol that we inhabit. A symbol of the, a symbol of the limit of the knowledge. The present is a symbol. The present now is the limit of the knowledge. Architecture is the order of matter creating spaces that protect us from physical, emotional, and symbolic weather. Some imaginations order the matter and other imagination perceive and inhabit it. Are we all the same imagination? Is my imagination really mine? Or is it a manifestation of that unique imagination? Yesterday, today, and tomorrow are waves of imagination that unite us and we sail. Without imagination, we will be meaningless, amorphous mud drooling in the rain, like Caliban in the Tempest, a slave of passions without name or date. In front of Caliban, Ariel rises pure song that flies light. Caliban and Ariel is an antinomy that helps us think. The author, Shakespeare, projects an appearance of space, time, and characters that illuminates us. Architecture, like all the languages of art, is only thought from itself as a game of the imagination telling the story of our conscience. There is nothing outside of architecture, just as there is nothing outside of language. There is nothing outside the imagination, as there is nothing outside the infinite universe, in a Giordano Bruno way of thinking. Our mind strives to give meaning to the moment lived. In that combat, like the sculptures The Slaves by Michelangelo, or like the protagonist of Rockabye by Samuel Beckett, we babble words, written, sculptured, painted, sung, danced, constructed words that are particles in the cultural atmosphere that contain us. We all live within cultural atmospheres or bubbles that shape us, and at the same time, we shape them with each of our gestures. When students immerse themselves in the arts to understand their environment, they communicate with each other and thus transform their reality. They build their own place in the cultural structure that contains them as a great atmosphere. We are cultural beings. Our form is the result of the clash between our will and the matter, the society that contains us. A conflagration that projects a representation of the world as a bubble of consciousness outside of which there is nothing. It is a romantic, reckless, and stimulating affirmation in a Schopenhauer way of thinking. Without imagination, there will be no tale or meaning in our lives. Well, we live inside a tale. Outside the tale, there's nothing. The cultural atmospheres that breed us are thick as the resin that impressions us between symbols and inherited rights. riti eridatti. Humans are like little animals from millions of years ago, trapped in bubbles of amber, prisoners in the cultural regime that contains, defines, and names us. We imagine the outside of our atmosphere from inside it. We can imagine here a boy, a girl, inside a cultural atmosphere. Our atmosphere acts like a warping lens. Therefore, we are unable to see what is really outside our bubble. We see what we imagine, and we imagine what we already know. That is why it is difficult for us to integrate into other cultures and into other atmospheres because their symbols and rites are different. Sometimes, some cultural atmospheres want to annihilate others out of fear, without realizing that all atmospheres are intertwined. There are no isolated atmospheres. Second part, beauty. Architecture education for childhood leads me to 3 questions. What is childhood, what is architecture, and what is education? These are questions with no exact answer. What is the difference between childhood and adulthood? Children trust that the help they need will come from their parents, relatives, and adults in general. An adult no longer believes that help will come from anyone. This is how the writer, Svetlana Alexievich, collects in her book, Last Witnesses, adult testimonies of the Soviet Union who were children during the German occupation in World War II. A quote by Alexievich: Mom scolded me for it. She asked the doctors why I was like this, why I was interested so much in things as unchildish as death. She wanted to know how to teach me think about children's things. End of quote. Are there children's things and adults' things? Is imagination a thing for children? Is there beauty without imagination? Therefore, is there beauty without childhood? Kant differentiated what is pleasant, beautiful, and good. The pleasant depends on the taste of each one. The beautiful depends on transcendent ideas that exist per se beyond our personal taste, Kant said. And the good depends on the efficiency of the form. As each atmosphere creates its own form from its codes of conduct, each person values differently what is a pleasant form, that is, a correct or acceptable form. If we introduce an atypical and non-conventional form in the legitimized code, the alarm rings and people will want to deny, annul, expel, or destroy the strange form. Many violent conflicts arise from this cause. In arts education for children, we give more importance, at least I give more importance, to the creation process than to the resulting work. Why? Because the process of creation is the educational process. The artwork is the excuse to take the educational trip, which will be creative in order to be educational. If it is not creative, it is not educational. What is a quality educational process? Gerd Biesta, the famous pedagogue, says that it is the one where you learn skills and knowledge, in our case, artistic and architectural techniques, develop socialization, and build the subjectivity, so difficult to evaluate, so close to the silence of poetry. That is why Biesta proposes a curriculum centered on the wall, not on the child, where we, the teachers, promote or we stage the encounter of the students with the wall, beyond their daily circles, their neighborhood, until they are the wall per se. Beauty appears in that search. Schiller says in the letters for the aesthetic education of humanity that only art humanizes us, makes us honorable, frees us from slavery, and builds true freedom in just states. If Schiller were alive today, perhaps he would say that only art builds democracy, a system of convenience that needs its own language, because the language creates the system. Telling a story is finding the balance between the fire of emotions, passions, and feelings, and the ice of laws, rights, traditions. Is it the balance between the runaway personal will and the rigid cultural structure where we are at peace? The impetus of the game, the attitude of the child or the artist who plays freely, reformulating the laws of the game every minute and inventing the unrepeatable living form, creates the balance. The democratic, inclusive, and peaceful society will be the result of the collective game momentum. Democracy demands the free and voluntary play of all within rules, creating coexistent paths day by day. Life in a democracy, when you name it, disappears. Like dreams, only the education of all citizens without exclusion and inequality makes the democratic game possible. In education, as in dreams, everything is possible. So, beauty is possible. Beauty lies in the permanent search for a balance between the sensitive and the formal thought through the game of art, science, and education. Beauty does not reside or live in pure ideas per se, supposedly existing in a transcendent beyond. If there is something transcendent, it is the permanent search for a fairer society. Beauty, like dreams, like democracy, when you name it, it disappears. Oof. Now, part 3. Utopia, poetry, and nature. I want children to learn 3 basic incompetences through the languages of art and architecture. Utopia, poetry, and nature. Incompetences, not competences. The democratic, fair, inclusive, and equitable society that we want, although every day there are more people who seem to want the opposite, is a construction of our imagination made with written, gestural, legal, symbolic words. Action made form. Only fertile imagination will create a world where we all live with mutual respect and without violence. I call them incompetences as opposed to the trendy learning by competencies. Learning to learn, learning critical thinking, learning being aware of cultural expression, learning to create personal well-being. Each country has its own competencies, not always easy to understand, at least to me. The practice of the arts in childhood encourages the acquisition of all these skills, all the skills we invent, as long as we have a good teacher. Disciplinary techniques and methods, socialization and construction of subjectivity are present in the teaching of the arts. So, utopia is the ability to imagine something that does not exist and create it. Simple. Utopia is imagine a fairer society, my community without hungry children, my country with better democracy, my planet clean. Easy. Utopia is what artists do. They imagine something that doesn't exist and they create it with the discipline, technique, and control of the languages of art. The language of architecture requires extensive technical knowledge about materials, structures, installations, blah, 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 blah. Combine it with knowledge of composition, such as proportion, scale, blah, 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 blah. With all that, the architect imagines a better world and builds it. Utopia is the attitude we need every morning to get up and work enthusiastically in the education of children, teaching them techniques so that they can build their world, their humanity, from now on, assuming the responsibility with their fellow human beings and with the planet. If these attitudes are not learned as a child, are difficult to learn as an adult. The personal example of the teacher and the artist is fundamental in the child's learning. Artists and children learn together. We, the artists, have the experience. Childhood has the courage to investigate and wonder until the butterfly lands on the flower. I quote myself reviewing the book Rediscover Teaching by Biesta. Teaching is descent, a break in the time of daily experience, causing the impossible, the unforeseen, which opens a space where the student can emerge as a subject. It is an approach opposed to the prevailing vision of education, based on what is possible, what is visible, what is foreseeable, the evidence, without risk of its teachers, but that blocks the student's future. Biesta speaks of the lack of faith, the necessary unlimited trust of the teacher in the student. Faith, trust. Today we need utopia and unlimited trust more than ever. Where are our societies headed? Who proposes a world in peace? Who? The UN apparently makes itself heard among the great powers. The scientists who warn of the danger of climate change are ignored or silenced. The immense noise of the media defeats or spirit. The spirit as organ of sensitive perception. Art is seen as a product of the market. What are the living symbols of the European and Western societies? Perhaps, Palladian architecture is one of them. Perhaps the so-called Renaissance and its evolution is a living symbol. We study it and we feel like characters in a collective history with meaning, in a collective tale. Canetti says in Mass and Power that each society has a symbol that unites the group. For example, in France is the French Revolution. In Germany is the army, Canetti says. And in Italy is the unification of the country. A utopia is to believe that the symbol that unites humanity is peace. Is it a children's tale? Nature, the second incompetence. The nature of humans is language, made up of many languages that are condensed in the cultural atmosphere. We are within it. Outside, there is nothing, since nothing is thinkable beyond thought. We think with language. The languages of art give us consciousness, freeing us and chaining us at the same time. Languages allow you to touch the matter and give it a living form. But at the same time, languages like lenses, those bubbles in which we live, deform our perception. Are we capable of perceiving what we don't know? Childhood does know. Being a child requires the courage to discover for the first time, learn and maintain one's voice in the face of the hegemony of the adults. I quote myself, also reviewing that book by Gerd Biesta. Biesta proposes an education that questions the student by interrupting his experience of linear time, which demands his speech, even if it is a clumsy speech, which reveals manifestation of his intelligence that were asleep or exhausted. He defends the teacher who leads students through the forest of science that is every society, as Jacques Rancière says in The Ignorant Teacher. A journey of the will through the nature of languages where new thought is born, groping, fragile, and brave. Good education is beyond teaching as control and beyond education as freedom as learning. Teachers and students move forward together, seeing what is not visible. That is why education is a poetic art. Each personal narrative arises within a collective narrative. A tree, the boy, girl, grow up in a forest, in a collective forest, collective narrative. There are no personal narratives outside the collective narrative, although there are dissonant personal narratives within the collective. Learning arts is learning to listen to the forest of science, to be part of it without being destroyed, to express your own science without destroying the forest. To achieve this, we, our teachers, teach three things: the techniques of art, including methods, processes, strategies, the passion for the craft, that permanent search in the impetus of play and discovery of form, and third, self-confidence of the child in his possibilities to imagine utopias and build them. The third incompetence, and is poetry. Poetry is a way of using language. If everything that exists in our conscience is the result of language, thanks to the wind of the imagination, the agreed grammar book tells us how to order words, phrases, or sentences, Each art has its own grammar book, according to its cultural atmosphere. That creates the common square of mutual understanding. From that square emerge streets and alleys, little squares, nooks and crannies, courtyards. The grammar book of social behavior allows us to live together. Grammar books are learned consciously with educational processes or unconsciously with mimetic acts. If we didn't live inside those grammar books, everything would be war and destruction because no one will understand the other. Now, suddenly, unexpectedly, a variation arises in the order of wars. A change, alteration, permutation of the established order. Reading that error, that mistake, causes us unexpected impact. Throwing the stone into the lake, we see that the depth of the water is greater than we thought. Expectations are not met and dissent arises. A wrinkle in the perception of time. Something is stopped because it becomes deeper. It is the poetic act. A different event before the sleeping gaze wakes up, or a different look before the unaltered event. Art requires both things. The work that distorts the language in prose to be born as a poem. The theory of art deals with the art of artwork, and the poetic gaze that distorts what is perceived. That's the aesthetic deals with experience of the observer. I am an art teacher for children. Where do I put the focus of my teaching? In which the students learns to create the work of art, or that he exercises his aesthetic gaze. So to create or to observe, to understand or to transform. I want the child to learn to create the artwork because in this long process, like when we climb the mountains, the child will learn with desire, impulse, emotion, of research, experimentation, rehearsal, unsatisfactory forms that fulfill him. Not a solitary creation, but in the company of others who also create. Listening to classmates, observing their gestures, concerns, solutions, exercise the child's aesthetic gaze. The voluntary study of the work of past times, of his reflections and twists, exercise his aesthetic gaze. Walking by oneself, wandering in the forest of signs until finding a bright clearing, is learning art, growing up, being part of the forest. Or maybe the child illuminates the clearing of the forest in search of it. The end. Ya está.
Thank you very much, Jorge, for reminding us of the key words: utopia, nature, beauty, poetry, but also you mentioned courage on the part of the children and experience on the part of the teachers. And also thank you very much for mentioning a very important author such as Biesta. I think that in Italy we really need to read and reread his works. all Italian teachers should read Biesta in these current times. I don't know if you have any questions. I have some. So I will start. I would like to ask maybe Sophie and Marta, who work in museums, if when you design a new program for young people, for children, you consider what in the Reggio Emilia school was considered very important, that is to record, to document the process, and then to find a way to archive, to store the materials so that you can go back to them and evaluate, etc. If you have time and if you plan your programs together with this idea, from the beginning with the idea of recording, documenting, and archiving.
Everything that we do, and we also evaluate all our projects as well. So we always want to know, firstly, what architects, their experience with children and young people is, and what their expectations of projects are, and what they think children kind of know or understand. And then we like to kind of retest that question at the end of projects to see what the architects get out of the programs, because we found that they get a lot out of working with children and young people, more than they often imagine. And the same with schools and pupils. We like to know, what their level, what their understanding of architecture is, and how taking part in our program impacts their lives. But what I think is important that we need to do more of is this mapping, which will demonstrate actually, or give us a realistic journey of what impact does taking part in our programs, in our school programs, have on children and young people? How does that affect either their career choices, or how does it affect their understanding of the built environment? Does it make them proactive in the development of their neighbourhoods? Does it make them kind of more proactive in making kind of creative choices about how they live and interact with the built environment? So it's these kind of longer term evaluation questions that I'd like to investigate more, but it's the classic thing of time and resources.
Well, it's a very good question, even if it's a bit tricky, because, thanks to your question, I have the chance to give credit to Reggio Emilia, because Maxi Education Office had the chance to collaborate with Centro Loris Maraguzzi and Reggio Emilia in the redesigning of our educational labs, EduLab 1 and EduLab 2, in the museum building from 2017 till 2019. So our labs are designed by us and by an interdisciplinary team with Reggio Children, with an international architectural firm of Rome. So our learning spaces are designed bearing in mind the participants. I mean that participants can shape their way of learning, their way of to take part in the activities. So I have to say that Centro Loris Maraguzzi and Reggio Children and us, we mutually influenced ourselves. So it was an enriching, incredibly enriching collaboration. Regarding evaluation and documentation and evaluation of the projects, we always carrying on the monitoring of all our activities by means of the feedbacks that we asked ask at the educators, always. We ask to them to write a few sentences or by email or WhatsApp or at the end of every activity, particularly if we are at the beginning of an experimentation. And of course, for medium-term projects or long-term projects, we carry on always a project of evaluation, not only monitoring, but also evaluation, because, you know, education is defined by evaluation. So by different kinds of tools, for example, interviews, semi-structured interviews or structured interviews or questionnaires, and during the pandemic, we carried out many online activities for families and for primary and secondary schools and adults also. So after 9-10 months of activities, we carried out a qualitative research project to evaluate these kind of activities, and we asked all the participants by email to answer to our questionnaire, from pupils to adults, from pupils, teachers also, families and adults. So I said before, tricky question, because as Sophie said, unfortunately for daily activities, we not always have time and money to appropriately documenting them. So
one last thing about evaluation is it's not only vital for reflecting on your own practice and creating really good learning activities, but in our case it's also vital for championing the need to teach architecture to children and young people, to the industry. So we go to developers, we go to planners, we go to architects, and we say this is why you need to get involved. And then we go to universities and say this is why you need to change. So it's having the evidence to show all the impact of projects to then make people realise that they should take more responsibility in teaching children and young people about architecture.
And just one thing, in the last times, of course, always during the pandemic, that, as you understand, it was a crisis for us, a crisis in the etymological Greek meaning. So we questioned, and we are still questioning, if how can we carry on a different kind of evaluation. I mean, we are aware that evaluation often is linked, it seems to be, how can I say, a capitalistic, how can I say, approach, yes, to evaluate the results. But in my opinion, in education, in learning, we cannot talk about results. We have to, or it's better if we talk about processes, transformations, interpretations, and so on. So evaluation at the moment is another topic that we are questioning about.
Next conference.
Yes, next conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Conference. This is the next topics of
Do you have any questions among you seated or seated on the other side. I have a silly question for Marta, but it's a suggestion that I'm asking for. Okay. We recently developed a program for high school students on drawing and architecture surveys together with our friends in Palazzo Grassi in Venice. And some teachers from schools contacted us, and then they came, these teachers are from high school licei classici, so humanities, not science and I noticed that in the short video that you presented, the boys and girls were from a liceo classico. Mm-hmm. And so these teachers that now, sometimes they ask, but why should we be interested in this? We are a liceo classico. This, I think, is meant for the liceo scientifico, the scientific math approach, STEM, whatever. And I answered them. I tried to find a good answer, but I would like a suggestion from you how to answer them.
Well, I could answer that everybody live in space, so we daily practice and live in pieces of architecture. Mm-hmm. So, of course, learning through the built environment is, or should be, a very, very, very common discipline, a very common, I don't know, how can I say, experience. So at the beginning, what teachers told you was the same that teachers told us about contemporary art. For example, contemporary art and contemporary architecture, because, you know, Maxi in Rome is a museum that is visited after Fori Imperiali, Colosseo, Musei Vaticani, and it's an unicum in Rome. It seems to be a bit of European language in a very ancient and Baroque city. So I usually answer that, I repeat, learning through the built environment and share, as I said before, tools to read, to understand the world, the urban landscape and the world where we live in is a very good chance to be better citizens, in my opinion. So, but as you understand, as you know, for me and for Maxi Education, for all my colleagues, it's a kind of mission of life. So we are always very passionate in doing our job, so we are very lucky.
Okay, so I think we can all share your passion and close the study day. Thank you very much for everyone. It was very, very useful. Thanks.